In this video, you're going to see how to create full-stack application with Laravel 11, Inertia version 2.0 with React, TypeScript, and server-side rendering, how to use spatie's roles and permissions package to implement 3 different roles, and finally, how to deploy the project on VPS server, on custom domain, and set up Github Actions as well. Whenever we push something on the main branch, it is going to be deployed automatically on the VPS server. And we also have up and running SSR on VPS server. So the entire React application is server-side rendering, which gives you great SEO capabilities. Now, let's have a look at the demo of the project. The idea of the entire application is to create new features, and then the other users will have ability to upvote or download the feature or leave comments on the specific feature, what they like about the feature, whether they want to implement for the project or not. We have 3 roles inside the application: admin role, commenter role, and the user role. Admin users are able to create new features and to also assign roles, change roles for the users. Commenter users are able to leave comments on the features, and regular users are only able to upvote or downvote the feature. And of course, admin user role covers the commenter role and the regular user role, and also commenter role covers regular user role, meaning that commenter users can also upvote and downvote. To be able to authenticate on the website and to upvote or downvote or do anything, you need to first register. We're going to go into register page. The registration requires the email verification as well, and right now I'm using local mailpit server, which we're going to also learn how to set up locally on the following port without Docker. So we don't do this with Docker. So here I'm going to provide some name, John at example.com. We hit the enter. Now we have to verify our email. Let's open mailpit. We received an email. Click on this. Email verification has been completed. Now let's reload the page, and after the email verification we see the dashboard. The dashboard is basically a dummy page. It doesn't display anything. This is just default Laravel Breeze dashboard. We are interested in features, but pay attention to one thing. This is a regular user, and because it is a regular user, it doesn't see users menu item. So that happens through roles and permissions. If we click on features, we also don't see right here create new feature. And if we click on comments, this user is not also able to leave a comment. The user can read the comment, can browse these features, and can check every other feature, and can do upvote on the specific feature, but they cannot do anything else rather than upvote or downvote that specific feature. That is, to just make that working, we have to authenticate as admin user. Then admin user can go into users and find John here, edit John, give it admin permission, click on save, and then when John will authenticate on the server, John will see users right here, features. John can also create new feature, provide the name and description of the feature, and just like this, John can also edit the feature or delete the feature, which is the privileges only for the admin users. John right now is the admin user. For the entire application, we're going to use Laravel and React with TypeScript. We're going to learn how to define types and how to use the Inertia version 2.0 several great features, such as, for example, deferred props. When we open the page, first the content of the feature is loaded and then the comments are loaded. We also have the prefetching. When we click on this, the content is actually already prefetched and loaded for the users as well, so the navigation between these pages is super smooth. There are several other great features of Inertia 2.0, and we're going to see all of them, how we can use. And the main thing is that the application also uses server-side rendering. If we click on a specific item, specific feature, so this is rendered with React. But with the help of server-side rendering, this is actually fully SEO friendly. Let me show you what I mean. We have the application started with PHP artisan serve, and we also have npm run dev up and running for the React and asset building. And right now, server-side rendering is not active. So if I copy the following title, right click on this and search for view page source, the view page source will display the content like search engines will see the content. And if we search for the following text, we see that this is used only one place, and that place actually is the only place where the Inertia puts that data for the React. Okay. However, we have that content used in several places, like once here, second here, but we don't see these right here on two places because all that content here and here is generated on the client side, and we don't see this in the page source. To fix that, we're going to see everything, every single detail of that, but we're going to execute npm run build for this, and then we're going to start Inertia server by executing PHP artisan inertia start SSR. Just make sure that npm run build is fully completed when we execute Inertia start SSR. Now, once the Inertia SSR server is started, we're going to refresh the page. Now, this is fully server-side rendered content. And if we open that page, we can copy the title again, view page source, search for that. And now we see this in 4 places. One is inside the browser's head tag inside title. Second is inside this content we provided through Inertia, and we also have this inside h2 tag, which is the following area, and we also have this in another h2 tag, which is the following area. And just like this, now every page on the following website is fully server-side rendered. And finally, we're gonna learn how to set up the project on a custom domain, laravel-react.com. Hit the enter, and this is where we have our application deployed. We can authenticate with the same user, and we're going to see all the features, users. We can edit the users and do pretty much everything, so I'm not going to bother you just explaining the same things. Building such types of projects require a lot of time and energy. I have to plan the project, then create it once, and then I have to create it second time for recording, then editing, and so on. If the project excites you, single best thing what you can do right now is to hit the like and subscribe button. Okay, there are 2 things you need to do. The project covers how to create full-stack application with Laravel and React, but the project doesn't cover very basics of Laravel. If you don't know what is Laravel or how to create very simple applications with Laravel on its own, then I recommend to check my course Laravel for Beginners, which is for absolute beginners as well as for kind of the people who is already familiar with Laravel and want to just remember a few things and refresh their Laravel skills. That is a course, complete course, which has 300 videos, 24 hours of content. It has quizzes, challenges, it has certificate of completion, and it gives you basically the whole knowledge you need to create the project from start to finish. And during the course, we're going to also deploy the project on a VPS server. If you're interested, check the website, thecodeholic.com. You will find my course right there. The course also includes written notes for every lesson, and you can also get the PDF, which is kind of 400-page PDF for the entire course. That's almost like a written version of the entire course. From time to time, I get emails from my subscribers that they want to enroll on this course, but they cannot afford this, and asking me to give them access to the course for free. I want to help to as many people as possible, but obviously I cannot give this course for free for everyone. But because I want to do something for such type of students who cannot really afford this but genuinely want to enroll in this course and start learning Laravel, so this is what I decided. Now, in every video, I'm going to generate 1 or 2 100% coupon codes for my Laravel for Beginners course and its add-on, which is a PDF file as well. And I'm going to put those coupon codes in my YouTube videos. You can get this and you can access the course for free. In this specific video, there are two such type of coupon codes, 100% coupon codes for Laravel for Beginners course and for the PDF as well, not for the other course, which is for Laravel e-commerce website course, not for the other one, but for beginners and for the PDF. And the coupon code actually has the following format. So it's a 16-character coupon code, and it is one coupon code. It is split into two parts, the first 8 characters and the second 8 characters. So totally during this video, there are 4 places where you will find the parts for those coupon codes. So one place contains the first part of the coupon code, second place contains the second part of the first coupon code, and so on. You get the idea. You are going to also see on the screen the format, how you're going to find that small note on screen that basically is an indicator that's a part of the coupon code. So, and just like this, if you really want that course, you're going to go through the video, find those parts of the coupon code, and you can get this coupon code for free. But I also encourage you to, if you can't afford this course, don't take this opportunity from others who cannot really afford such types of courses and genuinely want to learn it. That's all what I want to say. So good luck whoever is going to take that coupon codes, and I will be genuinely happy. And yes, one more thing. Whenever you find the coupon code, please send me a DM on Twitter, on X, because I want to announce whoever is going to win this. I want to announce this on Twitter so that others know that all coupon codes are already revealed and used. Okay, please let me know in the comment section or on Twitter. Send me a DM that you found the coupon code. At the end of this project, as I mentioned, we're going to deploy the project on VPS server with custom domain. As a choice of the hosting provider, we're going to use Hostinger, which is very kindly sponsoring this video. Hostinger is one of the best hosting providers out there, offering you a lot of different kinds of hosting services, such as shared hosting, VPS hosting, email hosting, cloud hosting, and so on. I personally have been using Hostinger for past 3 years, and I am extremely happy with their services, and I actually moved all my websites from different other hosting provider into the Hostinger. Sometimes I use shared hosting, sometimes I use VPS hosting, depending on the use cases. If your application is very simple, I recommend shared hosting. If you don't want some background jobs running as well, I recommend shared hosting. In this specific case, we want Inertia server up and running, so we're going to choose VPS hosting. Just go to the website hostinger.com/thecodeholic, and right now they have amazing Black Friday sales. So just go to the hosting section and click on VPS hosting. The hosting actually starts with $6 per month. You can find all the available options, what is right there. So this $5, it starts with $5 per month, but that is the price actually is only for if you grab it for 24 months plan. You can choose whichever version you want. Here you have the resources of the VPS server. Let's click on the most popular one. Right here, you can choose this period, 12 months or 24 months. As I mentioned, the best deal you're going to get if you choose this for 24 months. And just make sure if you decide to grab the hosting, use a coupon code, the CodeHolic, which will give you extra 10% off on already quite great price. If you decide to grab the hosting, just click on continue, then you have to fill up your credit card details. And at the end of this tutorial, when we see how we can deploy the project, you can use the following VPS server for the tutorial. $129 for 24 months for the server, which has 8 gigs of RAM, 2 CPUs, 8 terabyte bandwidth, and 100 gigabyte of NVMe disk space. I think it's a pretty good deal, and the deal doesn't last so long because it's right now it's for Black Friday, so I recommend just get it right now if you plan to deploy something on the VPS server. Go to the website hostinger.com/thecodeholic or click on the very first link in the video description. And thank you Hostinger for sponsoring this video and supporting my channel for quite some time already. Now we can start building this project. Alright my friends, now we can start working on the project, and first let's just make sure we have correct Laravel development environment set up locally. So if you don't have any environment set up locally, I generally prefer Laravel Herd, and this is what I recommend. It is available on Windows and on Mac OS. If you have your preferred development environment for Laravel. You can stick with that, whether this is XAMPP or this is Docker. Just go with it if you feel comfortable in it. Okay, in case of Laravel Herd, if you don't know, so this is actually one program which provides PHP, Nginx server, Node.js, and pretty much everything what you need to get started creating your Laravel projects. So from this interface, you can actually install PHP versions. From the dashboard, you can switch between different PHP versions. You can install Node.js and so on. And by default, this is free, but there are a couple of pro features available which we are not going to actually use. Okay, we're going to go with SQLite, which is actually available with Laravel Herd, but in the pro features you also have MySQL if you want so. And if we go in the dashboard and click this open sites, this is going to open second window, and right here we have all the projects. And what I'm going to do actually is to create new project, but not from the interface. However, you can do this from the interface as well. Just if you click this add button and choose the new Laravel project, click on next, choose the starter kit, and just follow this wizard, you can actually do this. But I'm going to do this through terminal. Actually, this is the same folder I want to name to my project, so I'm going to actually delete this site. Just created this when I was actually testing. Okay, that was deleted. Let's close Laravel Herd, this one as well, and let's now open terminal. Here it goes, and let's go inside Laravel Herd folder, and right here we have those projects, and let's create new Laravel project. For this, I'm going to use Laravel command, global command available, and if you don't have Laravel global command available, you need to execute composer global require Laravel /installer. Okay, this is gonna just require Laravel installer and make the Laravel command globally available. And once you do this, we can execute Laravel new, and then we have to provide the local folder name inside which we need to create the project. I'm going to call this Laravel-React full stack -SSR. Let's hit the enter. Now we have to choose the starter kit. I'm going to choose Breeze. We have to choose the Breeze stack. I'm going to choose React. Then we have to choose additional features. I'm going to choose dark mode, comma. Then I'm going to choose server-side rendering and TypeScript. So we need all these three features. I'm going to hit the enter, and I'm going to choose the testing framework to be passed. Now, this is going to take a few seconds to scaffold the project and install that. Now, it asks us which database we want to use. The default one is SQLite, so we're going to stick with that, hit the enter. And whether we want to run the default database migrations, the default one is yes. I'm going to hit the enter. Now, it executed all the migrations. And then it is going to require Laravel Breeze. So far, that actually created the Laravel projects with the default project template, excuse me. So, but then it executed to require Laravel Breeze, and then it's going to also go with and install Inertia with Inertia Laravel, and right now it is installing Inertia 1.3, but we're going to update this into the latest version, which is 2 point something, which is still in beta at the moment. Okay, so then it is removing PHP unit and installing pest framework. Let's scroll down below. I think this actually finished everything, or it is finishing. Now right here it actually it is building the project. It installed everything and it is building the project, executing npm run build with a TypeScript command and everything. And right here we have the following error. So that error actually right now at the moment exists inside the ssr.tsx file, which we're going to fix. But in the future, probably that error will not exist, so you probably don't need to do anything. Now let's scroll down below. Okay, the project was finished. We need to navigate into the following folder. Let's execute cd laravel React full stack. Okay, and let me actually open this folder using a PHP store, and then I'm going to use the PHP Storm's integrated terminal to execute every other command. All right, so let's use explorer.exe. Okay, that was opened. Here we go. Laravel React full stack SSR, and let's open this folder as PHP showroom project. We have to trust this project, and I'm going to trust projects inside the herd folder. Okay, so it's going to take a few seconds to index the project. Now it asks me to allow this folder inside the Defender, and actually I'm going to do this. This will speed up the performance of the project. Okay, now we can open the terminal. When we allow this, we have to agree that. Okay, that's good. Now let's open terminal, and we're going to do a few things. First, let me try to start the project. So for this, we need to execute composer run dev. This is a relatively new command available in the latest Laravel version, which will do a couple of things. It is going to execute npm run dev, PHP artisan serve as well, and it's going to execute a few other commands as well. It is using Node.js concurrently package for this. And it's going to also take a few seconds to actually execute the command and start with that. So for Pale, actually, I get the following error that PC and TL extension is required to run Pale, which I don't have locally installed, and it is not a problem actually. So I don't want to just run the Pale, so that's totally fine. The main thing is that the Vite server is running, Artisan server is running. So right now we can access the project in the browser. So we can execute localhost port 8000, or actually we should use 127.0.0.1. We could use that as well. But the main thing is that the project is up and running, and this is our project, and we have this login and register as well, which is actually single page application through Inertia and React. Now, if you open terminal again and stop this and try to execute npm run build, we have the following error, what we already saw previously. And this is coming from the ssr.tsx file. Let's open that file. And this is coming from the following lines. So I'm going to actually remove those. I'm not quite sure why these lines are here. Probably different TypeScript settings. So I can just remove this, no problem. It is not going to hurt. And then we execute npm run build. It's going to execute this TypeScript command, then vite build, and then it's going to execute vite build with --SSR flag. Okay, now that was built. Awesome. We can check our browser again, reload the page. This is actually killed because we have just closed composer run dev. We can execute PHP artisan serve separately and npm run dev separately as well. Okay, reload the page. Okay, that was open. We can go back. This is the home page, and it works slightly slow because now we have server-side rendering version of the application. Okay, and because of that, when actually we reload the page, it is kind of slow. It needs 2-3 seconds to reload the page. Then when we navigate, it is pretty fast. Okay, so on production, when we deploy this project, we need to start the SSR server as well. So now let's use Inertia server-side rendering from the documentation. And if you scroll down below, there are a few things to do, which we already did most of the things. But one thing what we haven't done is to start the Inertia server, the SSR server. So for this, we need to execute PHP artisan inertia start SSR. I'm going to open now new terminal. Inside one terminal, I have PHP artisan server running. Here, I'm going to paste this, hit the enter, and now it started the SSR server, and it is serving the build files which we built through npm run build command. Okay, now if we reload the page, let's see, now this is super fast. Okay, it is serving those pre-built files. Of course, navigation is also super fast. Okay, this is awesome. But again, so this is fast, as we noticed, But if we close that Inertia server and reload the page, it is kind of a little bit slow. So on development, we don't need this SSR server up and running, and we also don't need to execute npm run build every time when we change something. We need to start the project with npm run dev. So basically we need two commands, php artisan serve and npm run dev up and running. Okay, awesome. Now we need to update into latest version of Inertia because we're going to use the latest version of Inertia features. So let's search for, or we can directly access version 2.inertia.js. Let's hit the enter. Let's click on this upgrade guide, scroll down below. Here are a couple of the main features. Basically in Inertia 2 there are 5 or 6 main features. So we have to update this first. We are gonna copy npm install command to update the Inertia.js React, and we can also check inside package.json. We have Inertia.js React version 1.0 something. Now let's paste this command, npm install Inertia.js React, hit next, hit the enter. Then we can copy this composer require as well. Okay, this was finished, and right here that was changed into 2.0.0 beta.2. Now let's paste this composer require as well, hit the enter. We can open composer JSON as well, and we can see now this was already switched into version 2.x. This is actually updating the autoload files. Again, it's going to take a few seconds, and that was updated. So right here, this is the install version, but I guess this is actually coming from cache. So that was installed. That was switched from 1.3.0 into 2.x. Okay, also maybe this is just a cache displaying incorrect installed version. Anyway, we have the latest version of Inertia, and one additional thing I'm going to do generally when I create these Laravel React projects, I'm going to change the indent size for TS file, TSX file, JS file, and JSX file. Okay, so now if we open any TSX file like dashboard TSX, we have 4-space indentation right here, which I'm gonna change, which I already changed into 2 space. And if we just format code right here, it is gonna switch into 2 spaces. This is awesome. And the last thing is to actually initialize Git project, because I want to commit everything and put this on my GitHub. Clear doesn't work, so let's execute CLS. Then we need to execute git init. Hit the enter, initialized empty repository. Actually, when working with Git, I generally use git bash. So I have git bash installed locally on Windows. You have to download Git. This is git bash actually. And if you use phpstorm, which is by the way awesome, the best IDE for Laravel. Yeah, so right here we can switch to different terminal, and I'm gonna open now git bash. And this is going to be actually to commit and push. So because we already initialized this with git init, now we see right here the master branch. And if we type just git status, we're going to see everything. So let's just add everything here. Okay, git commit -m. Let's call this initial commit. Now we're going to install spatie package for roles and permissions, and we're going to define roles and permissions as well. So let's bring up the terminal. Now we have 3 terminals. This is for PHP artisan serve. We can call this serve. I generally like to give it descriptive names. Then this is going to be for vit, and this is actually git bash. It has proper name. And the other terminal is going to be to install new packages or to run some artisan commands. So in this case, we're gonna install Laravel spatie package. So we're gonna execute composer require spatie Laravel permission. And actually, let's open the documentation as well. If you don't know where is that, spatie permissions. And the first one is going to be Laravel permissions package. If you scroll down below, here is the introduction. We can go into installation in Laravel. Scroll down below, and you're going to see the following composer command. So you can copy this and hit the enter. And then we need to do a few more things. So this is kind of optional. We don't need to do this, but we need to publish the migration and the config file as well. So we're going to copy the following command. The installation was done. So let's paste this, hit the enter, and it published two files. So pay attention, copying file from here into our project config permission PHP, done. And the second is the new migration file. Because we already have a Git project, we can go into the changes of the PHP Storm and we can see these two new files, and inside the composer JSON we also have this spatie Laravel permission package is now installed. Okay, so now we need to execute migrate command. So we can clear this up and we can execute php artisan migrate, hit the enter. The migrations were applied and we have the permissions and roles table already available in the database. And while we are talking about this, we can also open the database and have a look. Double click on the database SQLite in PHP Storm, click OK, and right here we have the project opened with all the tables right here. Okay, and we see permissions, roles has permissions, roles, and everything basically what we need. Okay, the next is actually I'm going to define roles and permissions in our project. First, let's open user model and we're going to use trait. We have two traits, has factory and notifiable, and we're going to use additional trait which is has roles. This is coming from spatie package. And we also need to create permissions enum and roles enum. For this, we can open terminal and we can execute artisan commands as well. But if you just double click on Control on your keyboard, this is going to open this run everything. Okay, and here I can execute php artisan make enum, and this is going to create a class, an enum, not class, but enum inside the up folder. But I want to create that inside enum subfolder. So enum backslash, and I'm going to call this permissions enum. We hit the enter. That file was created under up enum permissions enum, exactly where I want it. Double click on Control again, php artisan make enum inside enum folder, and the second one is going to be roles enum. We hit the enter. That was also created, and now let's open permissions enum, and we're going to define a couple of permissions. So this should be backed enum, so we want to have this type of string, and let's define a couple of cases here. So this is for permissions, so let's define a couple of permissions like manage features, and I'm using the PHP Storm's auto-completion for the entire line, which is awesome feature added into the latest version of PHP Storm. This is awesome. So I'm going to use this and it's going to autocomplete a couple of things for me. So the second case is going to be manage users. We're going to have also manage comments, and we're going to have manage, not the manage, but upvote, downvote. Upvote, downvote, not in plural. Vote, downvote. That's additional feature. Okay. Cool. Now let's open roles enum, and we're going to define a couple of roles right here. So we need admin role, case admin equals admin. Case user, we need user as well. In case commenter equals commenter. Okay, and let's also define public function labels actually to return all the labels for those cases. So we're gonna return, we can have like labels which simply returns all the labels, and we can also have a label which simply returns just one label for that specific case. So in case of labels, probably we should make this static, public static function labels, and we are going to return the key of the enum case and the corresponding user-friendly label of that. So in this case, we are going to do the following. So self admin value is the key, and the corresponding value is going to be the label. So we don't use translations. It's going to be everything into a single language, so we just associate admin to it. So now let's duplicate these 2 times. Here we're going to have commenter, and here we're going to have user. So these are just labels which simply returns array, but we can define a label as well, which returns a label of a single case of the enum. In this case, we're going to return match. We're going to use this, and then self admin, and in this case, we are going to return admin, and we can duplicate this. Self user, we're going to return user, and self commenter, we're going to return commenter. Okay, awesome. So we have actually defined the methods and the enums, and I think we can create those roles and permissions in the database. Now let's open database seeder, and we're going to create roles, permissions, and users, and associate users to roles and permissions from here. So let me actually delete this part, or I think we need that user creation part. We can remove this. And now let's define first roles and then permissions. So user role is going to be role, spatie permissions models role. We're going to execute create, and we have to provide right here the name of the role. So this is going to be roles enum user value. Now let's duplicate these 2 times, and here we have commenter role here, and then we need admin role admin here. Now let's define permissions. So manage, we have actually 4 permissions. Manage features permission, and this is going to be permission spatie permissions models. Okay, create, and we have to provide name to be, we're going to use permissions enum here, permissions enum manage features value. Okay, awesome. Now we need to duplicate these 3 times, and the second one is going to be manage comments. This one is going to be manage users, and this one is going to be upvote downvote. And let's give proper names to these variables. This is going to be manage comments. This is going to be manage users permission, and this is going to be upvote downvote permission. So now we have roles and we have permissions, and we have to associate them to each other basically. Okay, so let's use user role, and we're going to execute sync permissions, and we're going to provide user actually has only 1 permission, and that permission is to upvote or downvote. So this is all regular user can do. We have commenter role, let's call sync permissions, and we have to provide 2 permissions to the commenter. So it can actually upvote and downvote, but it can also manage comments. And that pretty much means to create a new comment or delete a comment, or his own comment or her own comment, or edit. I think we aren't going to even implement edit. So because we're doing some just for the demonstration purposes, okay, of the roles and permissions. Okay, awesome. And next we're going to have admin role. Again, let's call sync permissions, but in this case we're going to have all available permissions. Like we need upvote, downvote permission, manage users, manage comments, and manage features. We don't need users twice. Manage features permission. Okay, now we have roles, permissions, associated users, the roles to permissions. And now I think it's time to create users and associate roles to those users. So we have user creation code right here. Let's call this user, and let's give it email user@example.com. And then we are going to call assign role, and we have to provide right here the role name which we want to assign to the user. And we can use roles enum user right here. Okay, so this is the role we want to assign to that specific user. Now we need to duplicate these 2 more times. One, this is the user. Now this is going to be commenter user. Let's give it also email commenter, and we're going to assign role commenter role to it. Now this is going to be admin user, admin@example.com, and this is going to have admin role. Now we have defined roles, permissions, users, assign everything to it, and I think we can execute now migrations, or we can simply execute seed command or migrations with the seed command. So let's execute php artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Let's hit the enter. We could simply execute seed command as well. Now it seeded the database, and if we check in the users table, we see 3 users. If we check roles table, we see 3 roles. If we check also role has permissions, we see a couple of records here as well. And inside permissions as well, we see those permissions. Okay, this is actually pretty cool. If we also want to check which roles are associated to the user, we need to see that inside model has permissions and model has roles tables, which are actually for abstract, for polymorphic relations. So here we see model ID 1, 2, and 3, and the model type is the user class name. So basically user with ID 1 has the following role, user with ID 2 has the following role, and so on. And in the same thing, inside the model has permissions, we see what permissions are actually assigned to models, and in our case we haven't assigned any specific permissions to the users, we just assigned roles to them. When the new user is registered on our website, basically the user is automatically verified, but we want to enable email verification. That's why let's open user PHP, and we are going to implement an interface must verify email. Okay, and now when the user tries to register, the user will receive an email. However, I want to also set up test mail fake mail client locally, which is called mailpit. So this is actually very awesome for just a local mail sending. So mailpit, just type in the Google mailpit, open the very first link. So then we can click on installation, scroll down below, and find the on Windows basically find the following section, download static binary, click on releases. So this is going to open GitHub page, scroll down below, and we have right here the assets for the latest release, and just download the latest version for your operating system, which I actually have already downloaded. So I'm going to open this right now, and I have that folder. I put that folder in my home directory under mailpit folder, and right here I have this mailpit exe, and we actually need to start that mailpit exe. However, I also made that mailpit command globally available by adding the following path into systems variable path, which means that if I open new terminal, which I actually have opened right here, this is where I created the project. I can actually clear this up, And let's go into home folder, and right here I can execute mailpit. So this is the global command available right now on my computer. Hit the enter and it's going to start mailpit server listening on two ports, 1025 and 8025. So I recommend to add this into your systems variable, the path of the mailpit as well, so that you can have this mailpit command globally available. Or if you don't want to add that into like systems variable, you can always go into the folder where you have that mailpit exe file you downloaded. Probably it's gonna be inside downloads. Just go into the folder, and right here you need to open the terminal. So we can open new terminal. Here we can navigate into the following folder, and here we have this mailpit also. So we hit the enter, and the mailpit was started on 1025 and 8025. Now we can open this 8025 in the browser, and this is the client, and we have to configure the SMTP in our project. So let's open .env file and find the mail section, and here we have this mail mailer, which is by default log. So every new mail is sent into the log files, which we want to change into SMTP. So the host is going to be 127.0.0.1. The port is going to be the mailpit port, and this is going to be SMTP port 1025, no encryption. So we're going to provide 1025, and there is nothing we need to do right here. So that's already done. SMTP, host, and port. Now let's try to create new account. Let's close this tab as well. We can leave the permissions, we can leave the inertia as well. So now let's try to register using Zura at example.com. Let's provide some secure password here. We hit the enter and we save this, and look at this. So now we are not verified, and it tells us that we need to check the email. So here's the mailpit. We see one here, so we received new email. Just click on this, and this displays our email nicely in the browser. We click on this verify email address, and here it goes. Now we are verified, and we see the dashboard. We can reload this page as well, and we are going to see dashboard right here as well. So let's close this. We have this mailpit local client, which is awesome for local testing of sending emails. And also make sure you don't kill that mailpit command that should be running in the background, so that whenever we are testing, we need to have this command running. Otherwise, simply we won't receive any emails right here. Now, let's open PHP Storm. First, let me actually comment the changes I made. So I just implemented this must verify email. So add email sending on registration. So let's comment this. Awesome. So now let's open handle inertia.js request. By the way, the comment I made right now was only for the file user.php, but previously I made some changes when I added roles and permissions in the database header. I actually already made the comment for this, and we can see this in the Git comment history. So the initial comment defined roles and permissions, and then I added the following comment: add email sending on registration. Okay, cool. Now I want to open this handle inertia.js request, and from here we have these shared props for the React component. So we have auth user, which is the request user, which I want to change. So I want to define two resources for users. I'm going to double click on control on the keyboard, PHP artisan make resource. First, I'm going to define auth user resource, which is going to be the resource for the authenticated user. Hit the enter. Next, I'm going to define just user resource. Hit the enter. Okay, now I have two resources. First, let's open user resource, which is going to be simpler. And from here, I want to return the properties for the other users. Like if one user is just viewing the page, the application, and if other users left some comment or created a feature, the other user's information will basically run inside this resource. So we just need ID. this ID, duplicate this 2 times, we need name, and we need email. So this is for user resource. Now let's open auth user resource. And here we need few more things than just ID, name, and email. So obviously we need those fields as well. This ID, duplicate this few more times. We need name, we need email, but we need a couple of other things. Like we can also add email verified at, but we also want to return roles and permissions. So what roles and permissions the current user has. So let's define permissions first here, and this is going to be this, which is user in this case, this get all permissions. So this basically, this get all permissions is coming from this has roles trait, because we added it into the user. Now user has these get all permissions, and this is going to return actually instances of the eloquent models of the permissions. So we are going to run this inside the map function. Let's move this map actually down. And then from here, we are going to simply return the permission name. So we only want permission names, not the entire objects on frontend in React. So next, we need roles. And there is, this is actually simpler. So we have this get role names. Get role names method available inside this has roles trait. So, and just like this, we are returning permissions and roles for the user, and actually we can check that. So if we open dashboard TSX, scroll up and open this authenticated layout, here we are accessing this user, which is coming from this page props auth user. That auth user is exactly what we are returning from here. But first we need to change this into resource. So we have this request user, which I'm going to extract into a variable called user. Then I'm going to check if the user exists. Then I'm going to run this inside auth user resource. Actually, we need to use new auth user resource, providing that user. Otherwise, we're going to return null. Now right here, that user basically will be a result of auth user resource if the user exists. Otherwise, it's going to be null. So what we can do is just print the user. And because we changed the indentation into 2 spaces, by default that was set to 4. Now the default, now when I generated this console log, basically it was set like this with 2 spaces. Actually, we have to simply reformat the file. Control Alt and L on the keyboard, so that reformatted the file. Let's just print the user, save that. And let's open developer tools, go into console. Here we see the object. This is the user object. And let's reload the page and have a look. So we have the data. Actually, I don't want that data. So let's open auth user resource, and we are going to set wrap equals false. That wrap basically creates that additional data which we don't want. So we set the wrap equals false. And we probably need to do the same thing in the user resource. Wrap equals false. Awesome. Now we reload the page. And now we see here user. And that user has permissions and roles as well. And actually both of them are null, because right now I'm authenticated as user Zura. Zura is just created user, and that user doesn't have any roles and permissions. But if we log out, and if we try to log in with admin@example.com, hit the enter. Okay, let's open the developer tools, reload the page. And here we see the user admin, and we see that that user has 4 permissions and 1 role, admin role. Okay, that's awesome. And just like this, we have the necessary resources for the authenticated user, as well as for the general user, which we are going to use in the future. Now, let's define migrations, models, and controller in case if we need that for our project basically. So we're going to work on the database schema. First, let's comment again everything what we changed so far. Create new user resources. Awesome. 4 files were committed. Now let's close everything and let's double click on control and we execute PHP artisan make model. First, we're going to create feature model, and I'm going to generate this with migration file as well. We need to generate controller as well, and that controller should be resource controller. Okay, so we hit the enter. These files were generated, so we see model, we see migration, and we see controller. Okay, next is to create the upvote model. So PHP artisan make model, upvote model, and we need to generate only migration for that. We hit the enter, and the next one is to actually create comment model. So we hit the enter, the comment model, and the migration was created. Now let's open create features table, and right here we need to define a couple of columns. Like we need table string name, that's correct. We need table long text description, and we're going to make this nullable. And on table we also want to define foreign ID for user model. Awesome. Now let's open second migration file, create upvotes table, and here we need to define foreign ID feature ID. This is constrained by features, and we can move this down, and we need cascade on delete as well. So if the feature is deleted, its upvotes are deleted as well. And in the same way, we need foreign ID on user. The column name is the user ID. It is constrained by users, and cascade on delete as well. And I think we don't need timestamps, so we can remove that. We can simplify things a little bit, and then we need Boolean upvote. So that table basically defines if that specific user has upvoted that feature or downvoted that feature. So inside upvote we have 1 and 0. 1 means that the user upvoted that feature. 0 means that user downvoted that feature. That's all. Now let's open third migration file, create comments table, and here we need to define string comment, which can be a little bit larger text like 2000, but it should be required. Then we need a foreign ID that should be feature ID constraint on features, and we can provide cascade on delete as well. Let's move this down, and we need also user. So that's going to be user ID constraint on users and cascade on delete. And we can have also timestamp on the comments, because sometimes we need to display at what time the comment was made. Okay, this is good. Now let's open feature PHP model, and we need to define relations. Here we are going to use has many keyword, which comes with, I think, with the Laravel with the Laravel ID plugin. So then we need upvotes here, and we need to use upvote class. We have another has many for comments. Here we need comment class, and we have belongs to user, and here we need user class. Okay, so we need to open comment model as well, and we need to define belongs to user. So comment belongs to a user. Let's use user here, and comment also belongs to feature. So here we need feature, and we have to open user as well, and user has many features, and user also has many comments, but I think we don't need that actually. So we can define these, but we are not going to use this because we are interested in comments for the specific feature, not general all the available comments of the user. So we don't need that. Again, let's go back into feature, and we need to open this upvote as well. And we can also define this belongs to feature. Maybe we are not even going to use all the relations what we defined right here, but I'm just defining. I think that's all. So we created the migrations, we created the models, we defined the relations, and let's just open feature controller. And I think now we're going to focus on the feature controller, which is actually a resource controller right now for feature model. Now let's comment all the changes what we made so far. Define models and migrations is going to be the commit message. Click on commit, and that was done. Now let's close everything, and we are gonna focus on the next step, and this is going to be to render features. But to render features first, we have to create some seed data. So for this, I want to actually create a factory class for the features. PHP artisan make factory, and let's call this feature factory. We hit the enter, feature factory was created. Now let's open feature factory, and we have to return a couple of things. So we have the name. Instead of this faker, I'm going to use actually fake function. We need fake name. Okay, I don't want name, I just want fake text. Okay, because feature name is not going to be a name, it's going to be some text. Okay, so we have name to be feature text, we have the description, which is going to be again text, but we have to provide a larger number of characters, and we have to provide the user ID as well. So for user ID, I'm going to assign every feature to the admin user, because admin user is going to be only user who is able to create new features. So let's use user where. So right now, because we are actually faking the data, now we have one admin user which has email admin@example.com. So I'm going to just select the user which has email admin@example.com first, and we are going to simply get its ID of that user ID, and just like this we have that fields defined. Now let's open database seeder, scroll down below, and right here I'm going to call feature factory. We have to provide 100 here. I'm going to create 100 features, and then let's call create. Now let's save everything. We can open terminal, or we can hit double on control and execute PHP artisan migrate. Actually, we have to execute migrate fresh with --seed as well, because we want that seed data to be rerun. We hit the enter. We have an error. Interesting. Okay, feature factory. Okay, that's good. So the error actually is not good, but we can easily fix that. Let's open feature.php model, and we are gonna use trait has factory. Now let's re-execute that, hit the enter. Okay, so that was finished. Now let's open the database, open features, and we see 100 features inside the database. We see user ID, created it, updated it, and everything is there. Okay, that's cool. Now I think we can focus on rendering those features on the front-end side. First, let's open feature controller. I'm gonna drink a water. Return, and we have to actually select these features and return them. However, we're going to use also resource to return the data. So I'm going to create now feature resource, PHP artisan make resource feature resource. It is always good practice to create resources and define what data you want to be returned on the front end, which is in our case React application, because if you return everything without resource, you might expose some confidential data, which we don't want. Okay, we created feature resource. Let's first open feature resource. We'll come back to the controller, and we're going to return a few things from here. So we need ID, obviously, this ID. Let's duplicate this a few times. We need name. We need description to return. We also want to return the user information. Okay, so user, and here I can directly return this user, but again, this user is going to be an instance of the Eloquent model, and I want to put that into resource. And for exactly this purpose, we created UserResource, which we haven't used so far. Okay, and we also need to return created at. This created at, and we can call format here with the following format: year, month, day, H, I, and S. Okay, now we have this feature resource. Let's go into controller, and from here I'm going to call Inertia render, and I'm going to provide the following component which I want to create. So that doesn't exist yet. We're going to create that. So, and inside the feature index we are going to pass features, which is going to be feature resource collection. Okay, we have to provide the collection here, and we have to select feature latest. Actually, let's take this out and let's call this paginated feature latest and paginate. We have to call paginate. Let's provide the no argument here, and by default it's going to take the 15 features, as I remember. So we need to take this paginated and provide this into collection right here. Now we have to define this feature index. So let's go into resources, JS, pages, and we have dashboard right here. Now I'm going to create new folder. This is going to be feature. We hit the enter. Now let's copy the dashboard TSX and put this inside feature. And we have to call this index TSX. Okay, so now feature index view file actually exists. Let's open this index TSX, and we have to change this dashboard into index, and we have to accept right here props, and we are passing actually features from here, so we have to accept features. Now this is actually interesting part. So we are accepting features right here, but because we are using TypeScript, we have to actually define what type of instance these features is. If we don't define these types, so it is gonna actually work while we're developing this. And let's try to now authenticate with admin user. Actually, we don't use that view at the moment, so let me do the following. So let's change this dashboard into features, and here we have the dashboard, and let's just print inside pre-tag using JSON stringify provide features undefined 2. Okay, awesome. Now let's open web.php, and we want to define this root. So first, we don't need this welcome page anymore, so I'm going to remove this. We are going to, let me think. So let's actually do redirect. So from slash, we are going to do redirect into dashboard. Okay, cool. So now inside the dashboard, we render this dashboard blade, not blade, but the React file. And this is something I want to change. Here we have this middleware for auth, and we have this profile management, and this is what I'm going to do. Inside auth, I'm going to define another middleware, and this is going to be verified middleware. So middleware verified, which means that the user needs to be authenticated and verified to be able to access dashboard. This is exactly what is written here. So let's copy this part and we can delete this middleware. Okay, user needs to be authenticated and verified to be able to access dashboard. In the same way, user needs to be authenticated and verified to be able to access feature page. And in this case, we need to provide here feature controller index, and we have to provide the name as well, feature index. And just like this, we define the root for feature. Now, let's go into index.tsx. Let's open this authenticated layout. Let's find dashboard here. This is the navigation item dashboard, and I'm going to copy and paste this and change that. So we need features index, the root name. Here we also need features index and the menu item to be features. And we have dashboard also in the second place for the responsive nav link, and we have to copy this and adjust this as well. So we need feature index, feature index here, and features here as well. Now if we save this and reload the page, we have a couple of errors. Okay, let's see what errors do we have. Dashboard is not in the root list. Okay, makes sense. So if we open web.php, we simply remove the name for the dashboard root. So we have to provide name to be dashboard. Save that, reload that. And here we go. Now let's click on features, and here we have these features, and here we have the entire data. So even though at the moment we don't have types associated to these features, this is going to actually work. And we see the features object which has data. If you scroll down below, there are 15 features, I guess, by default inside this paginated data. Then we have links and meta, and that's it basically. And we can expand that features. I think we don't print that features right here, but we can actually print features here as well. Here it is, data, links, and meta. Okay, so what we need to do is to define now type. And again, to come back to this, so even though this works right now, it is not going to work when we try to build the project for production. So here we have this Vite server. If I close this and execute npm run build, now it is not going to work anymore. So as you see, the error is coming from here. Implicitly has any type. So we can obviously provide that these features has any type, but this is not what we want. We want to define proper types because we are using TypeScript. So for this, I'm going to open index.d.ts, which has some predefined types. Let's format this into 2 spaces. And we have a couple of interfaces and types, like for the user interface, and we have some page props as well, and a few other things. First, because for the authenticated user, we added permissions and roles. So if we check auth UserResource, right here we have these permissions and roles. This is something we need to also add right here in this user, because that user is used inside the page props. Okay, inside auth user. And if we check the usage of page props, we're going to see this into a couple of places. We see this in the welcome page, and we see in the profile page as well. And if we open this, for example, we only use must verified email and status in this case. If we check another example on the welcome page, we use auth, Laravel, and PHP version. Actually, I think we don't even use user when we use page props, but my point is that if we use, let's open this example. So right here, if we decide to use auth, and we know that that auth actually has user. So right here, we could access auth.user, and this is autocompleted, and this is coming from these types, okay? But that user has name, email verified date, email, and ID. But that user does not have permissions or roles, even though it actually has, okay? Because we returned that from this auth user resource, the permissions and roles. That's why we need to define this properly. So right here, let me define permissions, which is actually an array of strings, and roles, again, array of strings. Now, if we go in the edit TSX, control and space, now it has permissions, array of strings, and roles as well. Okay, I'm going to undo these changes right here because I am not actually making some changes in this edit TSX file at the moment, so we can close this welcome as well. Now, let's focus on this types index.dts file, okay? So we added these roles and permissions here. Now let's define new type. Export type, I'm going to call this paginated data. And that actually equals into the following object. So we have data, and this is also kind of something interesting. So we can make this data to be something. Okay, the data is actually an array of feature objects. So we have to actually define the feature object as well and make that paginated data to know that it is actually, it contains data to be an array of feature objects. It sounds complicated, but let me just make this simple, okay? So inside this paginated data, we're going to accept T as a type, which can be anything, okay? Then the data is going to be type of T, an array basically of T. And inside links, we're going to have a record of string and string. So it's going to have some key value pairs there, okay? So it's going to be a record of string and string. Let's just have a look at the data and we're going to understand this better. Now we can use this paginated data inside right here. So features actually is a type where features is paginated data. And we can actually provide type right here. What type of features, what type of data is inside features? This so far is already good and we don't see any errors. But for additional autocompletion, so now we see that the features is in paginated data. But when we try to iterate features over data, which we're going to do right here, like features dot, let's use features dot data, and when we start iterating over that, we accept feature right here as an example, and then we try to print feature dot name. But now TypeScript doesn't know what is this feature, okay? It doesn't have any idea about this. That's why we have to define feature as well. Export type feature, and we need basically, let me just quickly copy and paste this part. So we need ID name, description, the user object itself, and created it. This is what we defined in the, where's that? In the feature resource here. Okay, so now if you open index.tsx file right here, we need to provide inside this less than and greater than symbol the type, feature type. Now TypeScript knows that right here this feature actually has a type of feature, so that's why if we save that, let's actually change this into something like this. The error is actually gone, okay? But without that feature definition, the error, yeah, implicitly it has type of any, so this technically doesn't give us an error, but if we try to build, that might give us an error. Let's execute npm run build. Or it might not give us an error, but it also doesn't autocomplete it. So it doesn't give us an error, but if we try to access some fields of the feature, it doesn't have any idea what fields that feature has. But as soon as we provide here feature, scroll down below, then it knows it has user, name, ID, description, and so on, a couple of other things. Okay, so we're going to come back to this now and render features. Okay, so for each feature, I want to create a separate component to render that feature item. So inside resources.js components, I'm going to create new feature item TypeScript JSX file. Okay, let's hit the enter, click add. Now export default function feature item. Okay, we are going to return some template from here. Function feature. Okay, we can remove these props, and actually we are going to accept right here feature. Then we define the type. Feature has a type of feature, and we have to import that from types. Cool. And if we go into TSX, so this is actually a card. So let me think. I think we can just take this out, or I think we should take this part out. This is card. Go in the feature item, put this here, and we are going to render the feature item itself. So here we need the feature item. Let's use pre-tags and just use json.stringify provide. Actually, that should be uppercase, all uppercase JSON stringify feature undefined 2. Cool. And right here we need that iteration of features data, and we're going to use feature item providing that feature. Okay, cool. Now we save that and let's check in the browser. We don't have Vite server up and running. npm run dev. We have to execute this. Okay, that's good. Let me drink a little bit of water. Okay, it is going to reload. And here we have data for each feature. Okay, we have different cards. Let's actually open this feature item and give it also some class like margin bottom 4, maybe something like this. And we have these cards for each feature, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we have some width and height definition on that dashboard as well as on the features, which I'm going to move in the layout. Like inside index, we have this padding Y12, MX, and so on, which we have on the dashboard page as well. So let me cut this, delete the closing tags as well. And let's open dashboard as well and cut this, delete this closing div tags as well. We can leave this here. And let's open this authenticated layout. And if we scroll down below, here we have this main tag, and we're going to wrap this div around this main tag, these two divs. So if I save this, reload the page, the result is not going to change. So on features, we see the same result, and on dashboard, we see the same result. Let's zoom in into 100, and now let's focus on rendering each individual feature item. Okay, let's open feature item. Let's delete this, and actually I'm going to do the following. So first I'm going to define one div with flex. Okay, actually I think we need to give flex to this, so let's give it flex and let's give it gap of 8. So then I need two divs. One is going to be for the title, for the name of the feature and description of the feature, and second is going to be for the upvote and downvote buttons for that specific feature. Okay, so we need two divs. So I'm going to now use hero icons, and we can search for chevron. I want this icon chevron up, this one. Why I can't copy this? Okay. This is chevron up, and then I need chevron down as well. So I need these two SVG icons, and I'm gonna also put them inside span tags. Okay, let's put this inside span as well. Or maybe we should even change this into buttons. Let's make this button and button. And I'm going to put span here, which is going to be number of upvotes. Let's put 12 here. Okay. So, but because we are using React, we should not use this dashed approach. We should change this into camel case approach. Fill rule, clip rule. What else do we have? Okay, cool. So I want to put that div in front of the name and the description. So this is going to be, so this one has display flex. This is going to be in front of it. And now this one should have flex of 1. And inside here, we need h2. Let's give it class name of text 2 xl. Let's give it also margin bottom 2. And I want to output feature.name. The autocompletion works perfectly. Okay, and then I want to display the feature description. So inside paragraph, let's output feature.description. Let's save this and have a look in the browser. Okay, what is this? I probably copied incorrect one. So that is chevron up. This is chevron up. Fill rule here. Oops, save that. Okay, cool. We just need to give this one flex and flex column. And we probably need items center as well. Okay, that's nice. However, we have to increase the size a little bit. So on that SVG, let's provide text 2XL, and let's give it font semi-bold as well. And on that SVG, we have to adjust the class name. Let's change this into 12. And here as well, we have to change this into 12 to increase the size a little bit. Okay, that's much better. We have the title, we have the description. However, I want to make that description kind of show more, show less toggling type of description. So here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to define state const. We need is expanded and set is expanded. Okay, we are gonna use state for this, and the default one should be false. So by default it is not expanded. Okay, and I'm going to define also toggle read more, which is going to be function, and we're going to call set is expanded to equal not read more, not is expanded. Now we have this, let's collapse this div, which is for these arrows, and here we have this paragraph, and we want to check. So if is expanded, if this is expanded, then we're going to display this feature description, entire description. Otherwise, we are going to do the following. So I want to take feature description slice. I want to take first 200 characters. So from 0 to 200, and then I want to display 3 dots. Okay, and after this paragraph, I want to have a button which will have a text read more or read less depending on if it is expanded or not. So is expanded If it's expanded, we're going to have read less. Otherwise, we're going to have read more. And let's give some styles to this button as well. So let's give it text amber 500, and on hover, let's give it underline. And we need to listen on click to that button, and we're going to call toggle read more. Okay, so we save this and have a look. So let's click on read more, read less. This is awesome. This is exactly how I wanted this. All right, now we can move on and start working on creating new features or updating features. But first, let's comment everything what we changed so far. I'm going to group everything, and this is basically all related into displaying features, create features page, and display. Okay, cool. I guess that should be included as well, isn't it? Let's amend the comment, include those two files as well. Okay, cool. So everything is now included inside the comment message. All right, so we're going to open now feature controller, and we have index right here, but we're going to actually start working on creating new features as well as updating features and so on. And we are going to create implement actually these new methods for the resource CRUD operations. Okay, so let's start with create. Let me first focus on the server side. Inertia render feature create. Okay, I think this is exactly what we want. For store, we're going to come back to this and implement, or maybe we can try to implement this right now. Request, validate. We're going to expect two things here. We're going to expect name, and this name needs to be required and it must be string, and we expect a description which is required or it's optional. Let me double check. I think it's optional because it doesn't have this dot right here. It is not required, it is optional. So we're going to make it nullable and then string. So finally we have the data. Inside the data, we're going to push the currently authenticated user information, like user ID is auth ID. And then on the feature, we're going to call create. We're going to pass the data. This is going to return just created the feature, which we actually don't need, but we need to go back. So we need to redirect into feature index with a success message, feature created successfully. Okay, good. Now let's open feature model, and we need to define fillable here. Inside the fillable, we need name, we need description, and we need user ID. Cool. I think we have implemented store. We will come back and test this when we have the front-end side ready. Inside show, we're going to just return inertia render feature show, and we're going to provide feature to be new feature resource passing this feature model. Awesome. Next, we have to implement edit. So in this case, we just need to return inertia render feature edit, and we have to provide this feature resource. Okay, so we are basically doing something very identical to show, but in case of edit, the view is going to be different. We're going to display that information inside the form. So for update, we're going to call request, again validate. We have name required string, we have description nullable and string. We take that data, and then on that feature, we're going to call update, passing the data. And once this is completed, we're going to return into root feature index with a message feature updated successfully. And in destroy, we just take that feature, call delete, and then we redirect user into feature index with a message feature deleted successfully. So the backend is kind of ready. Let's open web PHP. And right here we have only feature list root defined. We're going to change this into excuse me. We're going to change this into resource. Okay, so we're going to have the resource, the root name here, and the controller. And I think we can remove the name. Okay, now we defined the feature resource and we have all 7 routes defined. And in fact, if we execute php artisan root list, it's going to give us the following output. These are all the routes defined. And if we have a look at the feature, we see all 7 CRUD resource routes defined here. Okay, awesome. Now we need to create the React pages. Under pages, feature, we have index, and we have to duplicate these a few times. First, now let's create show to just view a single feature. Let's give it title feature, and then inside b tags, I want to output feature.name. Here, instead of accepting features, we're going to simply accept one feature. This is going to be just feature. Okay, we don't need to iterate. However, we want to display the feature, and the skeleton template of the feature should be very similar to this. So I'm going to actually copy this part, put that right here, but I'm going to change this title from dashboard into feature. Actually, let's change this into binding. So feature plus feature.name. And because we copied this from index, I noticed that inside index we also have dashboard right here, which should be features. Okay, cool. Next, we don't need this is expanded. We're going to display the entire description, so we can remove this part. We don't need this read more, read less. And we have the feature. Let's give it name show. Save that. Now let's open feature item, find this h2, and I'm going to put a link right here. That should be link. That should be inertia link. We're going to put the feature name, and we have to provide href with the root to be feature.show, and we have to provide the feature. Okay, awesome. Now, if we just open this in the browser, just click on this. This is going to open the feature view page. And why don't we see the entire information? Let's open developer tools. We probably have some error. Let's reload the page. No, we don't see any errors. Then what's the issue? We have feature. We display the feature description. We display the feature name. H2 and paragraph both are actually empty. Okay. Let's see, feature show. We accept the feature. We return that feature inside feature show. It should be good. Okay. Let's print what is the feature we'll receive here. Okay, yeah, I see the reason. So the feature resource right here has this wrap which needs to be disabled. So I'm going to set this public static wrap equals false. And now we are going to see the data displayed correctly. Okay, so feature, and this is the feature name. Okay, awesome. So this is the view page of the feature. Now let's add a button right here and implement creating new feature. For this, let's open index tsx, and right here we have this feature listing, and I'm going to create another link here, and this is going to have root. Actually, it should have href, and then it should have root into feature.create. Okay, and let's give it also the same class names what we have for the primary button. So we can open, we can open primary button, and I'm going to just copy these classes here and put them on that link. And let's give it text, create new feature. This is going to open feature create page. Let's see if the button is there. Okay, the button is there. Let's put this probably in a div to make it kind of a on full width, and then give it margin bottom 8. Okay, awesome. Now when I click this, it's not going to do anything because we don't have that feature create tsx file. So let me copy show and call this create. Okay, we need form. Let's open index and we have the form. No, we don't have form defined anywhere actually. So let's give it create a new feature, the same text right here on this head title. Cool. And we are going to delete this part. Okay, and we have to create the form. For this, I'm going to open edit.tsx, which is coming from this pages profile. And this is an example of the input fields inside the Laravel Breeze default template. So if we click on profile, we see the input fields. So we're going to just copy a couple of input fields. Like let's open this update profile information and scroll down below, and we are going to see the following form and the following elements. So what I want is just copy this div, okay, and open create. Let's create our form. We don't need action, we need on submit. Let's call this create feature. We're going to create that function, create feature function. Let's paste it, and now let's focus on the JavaScript side. Okay, so we need to create the form. I'm going to use Inertia's use form, and we have to provide ID of the feature. Well, when we create new feature, we don't need to have ID. We can provide ID equals null, or we can completely skip that. So name is actually empty string, and description is also empty string. Now here we accept data. We destructure that form and take out the data. We take out set data. We take out processing flag. Let's move this down like this. Okay, we take out errors as well, and we need post. Okay, now let's define const create feature function. Okay, and we accept an event here. Okay, so now this is something we're going to handle. So this EF, we're going to change basically this form into form handler or something like this, similar to what we have in this update profile information. Let's scroll down below. Form event handler, that's correct. So we're going to tell TypeScript that, hey, this handler, the create feature, is actually an instance of form event handler, and then TypeScript knows that this EF is actually React form event for element. On that EF, we're going to call prevent default, and then we're going to submit the data through post. The post, what we take out from this form post, we're going to use root feature.store, and we have to provide a preserve scroll to be true. Okay, that's cool. We can take this processing and we can give it to a submit button when we create the submit button somewhere right here. Okay, but first let's adjust this. So input label for name. Okay, that's good. It is for name. Set data name. Okay, so this is actually exactly how I want. Now I can duplicate this second time, but in this case we need text area. And if you open this text input, this is coming from components folder, and there's no text area. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this text input, and let's call this text area input. I cannot call this text area because text area is actually the native HTML element. Now let's open this text area input, and we're going to change a few things. First, scroll down below, and instead of input we need text area. We don't need type at all. Text area is not self-closing, so we need closing tag as well. I think we don't need this local ref because this is only for focusing. If we have is focused, then we're going to auto focus on the text area, which is something we don't need. So I'm going to remove this is focused, remove this ref as well. What else? We can remove this. Oh, I think we need this local ref, but instead of HTML input element, I guess that should be HTML text area element, and right here as well. So now we can have this local ref if we need that. And what else? So we don't need type. We can remove that. We have the class name props, and I think we don't need this as well. Let's remove extra imports, use effect, something we don't need. Okay, anyway, I think that's enough. Let's open this create TSX text area input, and we have to provide the value, which is going to be data description, and we use description inside onChange and inside these errors as well. We don't need this is focused, we don't need autocomplete. However, it should be required, and the ID should be description, and we're going to change this HTML4 into description as well, and the value for the label is going to be description. Okay, so this is the create page. Now let's open features page, and we're going to click on this create new feature, and it opens that page. Now on that form, let's give it W full to stretch it on full width. Okay, so on this div, we're going to add margin bottom 8. This is the first div. We have enough distance. On the second div, again, margin bottom 8. Oops. And finally, we need the button. Let me grab that button from the profile page again. Scroll down below, we have this div, another div, something else, and finally we have this primary button. I'm going to get this on the create page. Oops. Right here we need this primary button. Okay, it has disabled when processing. Cool, now let's have a look. Okay, this is awesome. So now when we click on save, it should make the request and create a new feature. Let's try this. New feature 1, click on save. This is actually required, however, we have it optional. So let's just remove this required on the text area input. Click on save. Okay, something happened. It was failed. Now we need to understand why it was failed. Okay. Where is that coming from? Can't read properties of null, reading slice. Okay, something was going wrong. Let's open features, and now we have 101 features, and let's check the latest one which we just created. It has description to be null. Okay, so what? If the description is null, okay, that's causing the problem. Let's open feature item, and here we check if is expanded. Okay, by default we take this slice. Instead of that accessing this feature description immediately when it is null, this is causing problems. We can use the following. If the feature description exists, if not, let's take empty string, and then slice on the empty string will work. Okay, now we don't have any errors except that key, which we should probably add when iterating over feature items. So for this we need to open index, and right here we're going to add key feature.id. Awesome. However, we don't need this read more, read less, because yeah, the description is actually very small. Okay, what we can do is the following. So we can take the feature description and write the following if statement. So if the feature description, or we can also do the following, if the feature description or empty string, if the length of that is more than 200, okay, then we do the following. So we display the following P. Otherwise, we don't do anything. And we also display this button in that case. So in this case, we need to use fragment, just like this. Awesome. Now we don't display anything, we just have the title of the feature, nothing else, but this one has read more and read less. And just like this, we are able to implement creating new features. Let's create another one, another cool feature with some test description. Anyway, so let's just click on save. Another cool, okay, what's that? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the length is actually not more than 200. That's why we don't see this. And we can write another if here. So if the description is less than or equal to 100, then we simply display inside paragraph, we display feature.description directly without anything else. So in this case, we don't have read more, read less, but we have the entire feature. And again, if we create new one with some lorem ipsum text, test feature, click on save. Now we see this one and it has this read more, read less, which I want this, we can remove. Okay, this is cool. Awesome. So now we have this creating of new features implemented, and we have the feature details page. Okay, let me clean up the console logs, what we see right here, which is coming from the authenticated layout. Authenticated layout, we have this console log user. We need to remove this. And what else do we have? From show TSX, we have this feature as well, which I am going to remove. Cool. Now we need to comment everything what we implemented so far. This is related to implement, creating new feature, and feature show page. Cool. We can push everything. I think I don't have the remote repository defined yet. I'm going to push it later, everything. And the next is to implement feature edit and delete. Let me close everything. And I'm going to put a drop down right here in the probably in the feature listing as well. And I'm going to use a similar drop down like we have in this authenticated layout. So let's open authenticated layout. And we're gonna search for the drop-down. Here it is. Let me copy the drop-down, and next let's open feature item. Okay, so this is upvote, downvote. This is the content, and I'm going to create another div right here, and I am going to paste the drop-down, but actually I'm going to use the same drop-down on the feature details page. So better to create a new component for that drop down. So let's call this feature actions drop down. Let's hit the enter, export default function feature actions drop down. Okay, we are going to return the following HTML or JSX. Let's fix the indentation, and instead of username I'm going to use the so-called ellipsis icon. So let's search for ellipsis vertical icon. This is what I'm going to use instead of this SVG. Let me paste this, and we're going to change this into camel case version. Cool. And then scroll down below. Instead of profile edit, we need feature edit, but we have to provide the feature as well. So we have to accept feature right here, feature, and then let's define the props. Feature is an instance of feature. So inside edit, we're going to provide feature.id, and this is going to be to delete the feature. Let's change the text, edit feature, and this is going to be delete feature. Okay, feature.destroy, and we have to provide feature.id again. Now let's open feature item and let's use feature actions dropdown providing the feature. That's cool. Now let's have a look in the feature listing. Here we see this 3 dot. Click on this. This is going to open the dropdown, edit feature and delete feature. If we click on this edit feature, it doesn't do anything because we don't have the corresponding blade file. If we click on this delete feature, which by the way should make the request with method delete, okay, then if I click on this delete feature, what did it do? It should have deleted. It actually deleted that feature. So click on delete again. Yeah, now this is gone. Look at this. So the delete actually works and the features are successfully deleted. Why do we have this? This is coming from index. Okay, let's open index as well and remove these features. Now we need to create another page under JS pages feature similar to create, but this is going to be edit. Okay, so here inside the edit, hold on, let's open create. I noticed something. So inside create, we accept this feature, probably because we copied that create from show, which we don't need. So I'm going to remove this. Cool. Now let's open edit. Inside edit, we definitely need this feature, and we're going to take and provide, I think we don't need ID. We don't need ID here. We just need name, feature.name, and feature.description. However, instead of create feature, we can rename this and call update feature. We have to rename it here as well. But when we make the update, first from this form, we should take put, not post. So here we're going to use put. And then we should change the root from feature store into feature update. And this is the place where we provide feature ID. This is the way how we tell Laravel which feature we want to update, not putting the ID right here. So in the following way, we perform the update. Let's just change this edit feature, and let's use inside b tags feature.name. Okay, cool. And inside the title, we need edit. Let's change this into binding. Edit feature plus feature.name. Okay, now let's have a look. So click on edit feature. It is going to open the edit feature page, edit feature, and this is going to be it. However, I think this b tag doesn't work because I think everything is in bold, to be honest. Edit feature, and this is the b tag. Yeah, everything is actually inside the bold. B is the bolder. However, that H2 also has font weight 600. Yeah. Okay, anyway, it's not big deal. I just I'm used to putting the actual name inside. Something to easily identify that we can also use double quotes. We know what is the actual feature name in this case. And this is the actual feature description. By the way, we can change the number of rules in the text area during the edit. So we can provide rows. We don't have that, by the way. So inside this text area, we can add rows equals, by default, let's give it 2 rows, but we can override this. So let's format this, by the way, because by default that was on 4 spaces, but we have 2 spaces configured in the editor config. So that's good. However, that rows needs to be defined also in the props. So input HTML attributes for the text area element, we have this is focused, which we don't need, but we need rows. So rows is number. Basically, this defines the type inside the TypeScript. So this defines the type. We're going to change this into text area input. So this defines the type, what type of props that component expects, and using the and symbol, we are going to merge 2 types into single type. So now whatever is available, whatever is defined in the following type, plus rows, which should be number. And that's the way how we define the rows prop here, and we can provide rows equals rows. And if we go into edit, now we can provide rows equals 6, for example. So if we refresh the page, we're going to see 6 rows by default, and we probably need something in the description as well. We have only 1, and we should probably change this default one into something like 6, because we use that text area only when creating new feature or editing the feature. Okay, now let's click on this edit feature and let's put some text like updated, and let's click on save. It looks like that was updated and we will redirect it back. However, I think we don't display the message. So if we try to create new feature, I want the message to be displayed as well. Test feature, some description, save. Yeah, the message is not displayed. However, in the feature controller, when we create those features like inside the store, we redirect user back with the session variable. So what we need to do is open handle inertia request, and right here we are gonna take success message from session and we're gonna provide to every page. Okay, then we are going to open authenticated layout, and let's take that, just like we are taking the user, we are going to take message, or let's call this success, which is going to be string, and we're going to take this through use page.props.success. This is the way how we provided that success message. Okay, so what's the issue? Okay, unknown is not assignable to type string. So this success is actually unknown. Okay, what is this props? This is page props. Well, in this specific case, for simplicity, I'm going to change this success into any. Okay, then we take this success and we need to display message somewhere, and let me put this right here. Actually, I'm going to use alert template, or we can create something custom like bg emerald like 400. We give it padding of 6. Let's give it rounded, and then output success message here, and if the success exists, then we output the entire message. Okay, now let's create new test. Okay, feature created successfully. Let's change some paddings. Instead of let's give it padding x6, but padding y4. That's, I think, better. And let's give it also margin bottom of 8. Yeah, I think we can change this into 300 and we give it text emerald 700, something like this, or even 800. Anyway, so this is something I don't want to spend some time on this. Feature created successfully. Okay, maybe we should completely remove that text color and we just return this into like 500. Okay, that's not bad. Now, if we try to edit new feature, click on update or say we're update, feature updated successfully, we see the following message. And just like this, we have implemented creating new features, updating features, as well as deleting the features. You can go ahead and like take the challenge and try to add the confirmation message into the delete feature, which I'm not gonna do, but I think it's gonna be a good challenge for you. Now let's comment the changes what we made so far. Implement updating and deleting features. Click on commit. And now I'm going to focus on upvote and downvote functionality. So first I want to generate new controller, PHP artisan make controller, and let's call this upvote controller. Okay, the controller was created. Let's open Upvote controller. Here it goes. Okay, so before I start implementing this controller, let's talk a little bit how we're going to do or what we are going to do. So the state right here, basically when everything is white, means that the current user, me, I have not added my upvote or downvote to the following feature. As soon as I add my upvote or downvote, then the arrow, the corresponding arrow, should turn into a different color, like the following color. I think it's called amber. Okay, so that will indicate that I have personally upvoted that specific feature. Okay, and whenever I also refresh the page, I want to display the corresponding color on the upvote downvotes. Okay, so this is something we are going to do. Okay, let's focus on actually displaying that information first, and then we're going to implement actually upvoting and downvoting. So for this, let's open upvotes table, and we're going to add a couple of records right here. Let's add 3 records. So feature, the latest feature, which is whatever, which has ID 1. Actually, I think the latest features, or which features should be at the top? That's a good question. Okay, let's leave it everything as it is right now. We can come back to this. So feature 1, user 1, user 2, user 3. One user can have only one upvote or downvote. And now let's add all ones. So all users gave upvotes to the specific feature. Now, if I save this everything, we need to display this information right here. The count should be 3 instead of 12 here. Let's start with this. Feature controller, scroll up, find this index, and we are going to do a few things. So we want to take the count, which is going to be upvote count. So for this, I am going to use with count, and we have to provide the relations. So the relation in this case is going to be upvotes relation. Upvotes, and we're going to select this as upvote count. Then we provide the function here. We accept that query, and on that query we are going to execute select. We just want to select one information, and in this case let me use just db row. I'm using eliminate support facades db row select, and we are going to execute sum. So I want to take the sum of the upvotes if the upvote is 1, or let me just write this. I think it's going to be better to just write this and then explain. Okay, so case, I'm going to use case when upvote, actually I think it was completing something, actually Nice. Okay, anyway, upvote equals 1, then 1, else we're going to take -1. So I'm basically creating a semicolon at the end. I'm creating a sum of ones and -1s. So if the upvote is 1, then I simply take it as 1. Otherwise, if the upvote is not 1, which means it's 0, I'm taking -1. And I'm creating this sum, and I'm taking this sum and selecting this inside the upvotes relation and just give it an alias upvote count. Now, if we open this feature resource and we can dump the object here, this object, and when we just refresh the page, we're going to see a single resource, single model, which has upvote count 3. This is exactly what I want. From here, we can return upvote count equals this upvote count. Save that, refresh the page, nothing will happen probably because we have to open feature item, and right here instead of 12 we are going to output feature dot upvote count, but we will have TypeScript error because the feature model, this model, does not have upvote count. So we add upvote count to be number. Now we save that and look at this. Actually, we should take also 0 if it is null, because we don't want empty strings right here. So we can do this in two ways. First, we can do this right here. If that doesn't exist, we can take just 0, or we can also return 0 from here. I think it's going to be better to return this from the backend, so we can just take this out, reload the page, and we see 3, 0, 0, and everywhere there will be 0. Now let's open upvotes, and I'm going to change, let's say that user 3 actually downvoted that specific feature. So instead of 1, we're going to put right there 0. So it is not upvote, meaning it is downvote. So now if I refresh the page, we see instead of 3, we see just 1. Okay, that 1 means that this upvoted, but this downvoted. So 2 upvotes, 1 downvote, totally the score is actually 1. So if I simply don't want to downvote, don't want to upvote, I delete the record, and then we're gonna see 2 right here. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now we need to also identify if the current user has upvoted or downvoted. So for this, I'm going to again open this feature controller, and I'm going to add the following relation with exists. So with exists, we define the relation here, and I need 2 relations right here. Okay, so the first one, actually I'm going to access upvotes in any case, but I'm going to select 2 different columns. First is going to be user has upvoted. Okay, this is going to be the function, and second is going to be user has downvoted. So 2 flags will be added into the total the query of each feature. So inside this where on that query, I'm going to execute the following where. So where user ID equals to the currently authenticated user ID, which I can select from here. Current user ID. This is going to be auth ID. Cool. Now I have this current user ID, which I can use here, and then I'm providing current user ID here, and I'm going to add additional where upvote equals 1. Now let me copy this, put this down below. The current user ID is the user ID, but the upvote is 0. So basically now this will select if the current user has upvoted, if that exists, because we are using here with exists. So if that query exists, this is going to return true, user has upvoted, and this is going to return false. Now we save this again. Let's open feature resource. Let's print this TD. We need 0 here. Save, refresh the page, and now let's have a look. Auth manager ID. Let's use auth user ID, or simply auth ID should work as well. Cool. Look at this. User has upvoted equals 0. User has downvoted equals 0. This means that the particular user, which is admin user, has neither upvoted, neither downvoted. But if we add the record, user 3, upvoted 1, now refresh the page, we're going to see user has upvoted 1, user has downvoted 0. Now if we change this into 0, refresh the page, user has upvoted is 0 and user has downvoted is actually 1. That's pretty cool. Let's open this feature resource, remove this, and we have to return these two columns. User has upvoted, this user has upvoted, and duplicate this user has downvoted. Here we need user has downvoted as well. Now if we open this feature item, we have to mark if the current user has upvoted this or not, and for this I'm going to add extra CSS classes. So inside the class name, I'm going to do the following. So if feature, actually we have to again open feature and add those two flags. User has upvoted and user has downvoted. And both actually should be Boolean. And from this feature resource as well, we can cast them into Boolean. Cool. In the feature item, now we can access user has upvoted. If the user has upvoted, we can add text Ember 500. Otherwise, we don't add anything. And right here, this is the second button. If feature user, the current user has downvoted, we add text Ember 500. Otherwise, we don't add anything. We save that, refresh the page, and have a look. So right here, it seems like user has downvoted. Now let's open upvotes. That's correct. We can change this into 1, refresh the page, and now we see user has upvoted. I'm going to do two tiny changes. First is that I'm going to increase this 500 into 600 here and here, and then I'm going to make these 3 also in Amber style if the user has upvoted or downvoted. So let's change this into the following way. If feature has user has upvoted, or if feature user has downvoted, then I am going to add text Ember. Let's move this down. Text, where's that? 600, otherwise an empty string. Okay, awesome. This is cool. Now, I think, yeah, from the UI perspective, I think everything is done. Now we can focus on actually implementing the functionality to upvote and downvote. So for this, let's open Upvote controller and create the function store. We're going to accept request here. Then from that request, we are going to take 2 things. So let's execute validate. We're going to take feature ID. Okay, and this is going to be required, and it must exist inside the features table, inside the ID column. And we're going to also take upvote, which is going to be required, and it needs to be Boolean. So now we take the data, and then I'm going to execute on upvote update or create, because if the user has upvoted and then if the user clicked on the downvote, that is going to actually update the record and change the upvote flag from 1 into 0. And this is what we are going to do here. So we need actually attributes and values. So inside the attributes, we have to provide the feature ID as well as the user ID. Cool. So we have to update the record for the following feature and for the following user. Next, we have to perform the update by providing the data right here. Okay, so this will do update or create, and once this is done, we have to return to root feature.index. Okay, we perform the redirect into feature index. This is cool. Now let's open web.php, and we have to work right here. So let's define root host on okay, let me think. Well, we can just write here upvote and nothing else, or we can do the following feature. We can provide the actual feature which needs to be upvoted, and then we can provide upvote. So I'm going to do the following way. So then we're going to use upvote controller class, and this is going to be store. I'm going to just rename this into store. It is actually called store, so we have to use store here. And here I'm going to call this feature, not feature. How should we call this? Upvote store, probably. Let's call this upvote store. Now let's open feature item, and we're going to open also show, because we have that upvote downvotes on both. And in our case, if we open the details page, we don't display anything right here because we have done this on in the listing feature item component. So I should probably create a component out of this. So this is something I'm going to extract into resources JS components, and let's create new component feature upvote feature upvote. Okay, let's call this feature upvote downvote. Okay, longer but more descriptive. Export default function feature upvote downvote. Then we return the following JSX. Obviously, we're going to accept right here feature. We need to import that type. Let's accept feature here. Now we have the entire feature, and we have to use that here. Feature upvote downvote, providing the feature, and we can use that component in show as well. Okay, now if you open the show page, we're gonna see, okay, we don't see something because we don't actually select everything. What we have is with count and with exists. We don't select this on the show page right here. We're going to come back to this and select that as well, but let's actually try to implement, or maybe we can do this right now. Scroll down below. Where's this show? This is index. We're going to collapse this. Create store show. Here it is. And on that feature, we have to, we can execute separate queries because this is for listing, that's clear, but for queries, we're going to do it differently. So let me actually take this DB row or maybe we can take this entire select and here. So on the feature, upvote count equals from upvote model, we're going to select, okay, where's that? We're going to select DB role. Let's have a look. We're going to select some, and then we're going to add extra where. We're going to select only those records where feature ID is the given feature. And finally, we just need a single, I think count exists, single value. Let's actually DD feature on the show page, reload it, upvote count. The reason for this is that we have feature instead of feature ID. So if we save this right now, refresh the page, then we're going to see the upvote count to be 3. Okay, however, I'm going to just turn this into a more elegant solution. So I'm going to take this DB rule. Here we need where, and finally I'm going to call sum, and inside this we are going to just select case when upvote 1 then 1 else minus 1. We don't need this parenthesis, and this is going to do the exact same thing. So where feature ID is the given feature ID, we're going to sum of these things. So I save this. We can actually remove this completely and have a look in the browser, and we should see 3 right here, which is the correct. Now we are going to do something similar for this user has upvoted, user has downvoted. So we just need the names, nothing else. Scroll down below, feature, user has upvoted, and now from upvote we're going to execute where feature ID is the feature ID, user ID is the auth ID, and we need another where upvote equals 1, and we're going to call exists user has upvoted if that exists. Duplicate this, user has downvoted if upvote equals 0. Now we save this, refresh the page, and we see the correct coloring on this. So this indicates that the admin user has just has upvoted that specific feature. Now we're going to focus on actually upvote and downvote functionality. So for this right here, we're going to define the form. Use form. And we are going to define actually 2 forms. One is going to be upvote form, and second is going to be downvote form. So let's call this upvote form, and we need upvote to be true for upvote form. Now let's duplicate this, and this is going to be downvote form, and upvote is going to be false in this case. So now I'm going to define upvote downvote function, and here inside this upvote downvote function we're going to accept flag upvote, which is going to be boolean. Okay, and we're going to do a couple of checks, like if the feature user has upvoted, okay, if the feature is already upvoted by the current user and user clicked on upvote, or if the current feature is downvoted by the user and user clicked on downvote, not upvote, it means that we are going to delete our upvote or downvote, whatever it is. Okay, so on our example, the up arrow is amber. If I click on up arrow, my vote simply should be deleted, should be removed, and there this will become 2. Okay, so this is the case what we're going to do. And so in this case, on the upvote form or on downvote form, actually it doesn't matter, we're going to call delete, and we're going to provide root feature destroy, not the feature destroy, sorry, upvote.destroy, which doesn't exist in the roots. So let's open web.php, and we are going to duplicate this upvote, and the method will be delete upvote destroy, and the method is going to be destroy as well. Now let's create that public function destroy. We're gonna accept upvote here. Then on the upvote, we are gonna call delete and return to root feature index. Actually, it should be either feature index or it should be the specific feature page, depending on from where it is coming. Can we actually go back? So if we call back, is it gonna work? Let's try this. Now we have this upvote destroy, which we can use here, and we have to provide the actual let me think. For the upvote destroy, I think we need to accept in the upvote destroy not the upvote itself but the feature. Okay, so we need feature here. Yeah, this is it. Let's import the feature, and we're gonna do the following. On that feature, we're gonna call upvotes, and we are gonna find those upvotes where user ID is the currently authenticated user ID, and then execute delete on this. This is it. This is how we're gonna do that. In the root, in the delete, we need feature here, and in the upvote downvote right here, when we call upvote destroy, we have to provide feature ID. Okay, this is good. Now this is gonna actually work. However, we have a couple of other cases. Actually, I think we need also to provide preserve scroll to be true. Okay, now we need else. Inside else, I'm going to do the following. Let's define the form equals null. Then if upvote is true, then form equals upvote form. Else form equals downvote form. Then on the form, I'm going to call post, provide root upvote store to store the upvote, and we have to provide preserve scroll to be true. Okay, so depending on whether this form is upvote form or downvote form, we're going to have different data, upvote true or upvote false. And just like this, we're making correct requests. Now we need to take this upvote downvote and add event listeners on these buttons. On click, we are going to call upvote downvote with true. This is for upvote. And on click here, upvote downvote, actually like this. In this case, we have to provide false. Okay, let's save it and have a look. Let's open DevTools. I'm going to click on upvote, which should remove my upvote completely. Now there's only 2. Refresh the page. It stays there. Now I'm going to hit on upvote, and we have this error. Upvote store parameter is required for upvote store. That's actually correct. For upvote store, Where's that? I think right here. So for Upvote store, right here, we have to provide feature.id. Cool. Now let's try Upvote again. Okay, it probably didn't do anything. Click on Upvote. Click on Upvote. Okay, let's see, nothing happens. What request is made? Okay, it returns with 200 status code. We're gonna check inside Upvotes. Click on this. No, the record is not created. Feature ID field is required. I think I know the reason. Upvote, we need to add inside the fillable. This is going to be feature ID, user ID, and Upvote. Save that, click on Upvote. Okay, it's still not working. Okay, inside store, I expect feature ID to be required, and that must exist inside the features table. Okay, so we have two ways. Either inside the store, we take this feature. We actually expect this feature, so we have to take that feature from here. This is one way to do it, and we need to remove this feature ID from here, and we have to provide feature ID here. We don't need $2. That's one way. Second way is to just return everything how it was, and from the front end side we have to put feature ID here and here as well. So that's the second way. Okay, so I'm going to do in the following way. Let's have a look. Click on Upvote. We have something going on. Table Upvotes has no column. Okay, updated add. We don't have that inside Upvotes, so we should open Upvote modal again and set timestamps to be false to disable the timestamps. Now let's try this again. Click on Upvote. Now we see this turned into something, but we are redirected into feature index. Okay, if I click on Upvote, we stay here. Click on Upvote. We are redirected into feature index. Okay, so Upvote downvote itself seems like to be working. If we remove it is to downvote, remove it is to upvote, downvote, upvote, downvote. If we go inside Upvote and we go back into feature index, which is something I don't want. If we open Upvote controller, we are redirecting into feature index right here, but on destroy we go back. So I think that's the reason. So if I remove, we stay here, but if I upvote, we go into index. And if we just change this into back, this should work as well. So I remove, I stay here, I upvote, I stay here, and just like this, I'm on the same page where I upvoted or downvoted. Now we have almost everything ready. We have CRUD of the features, we have upvote, downvote, displaying the correct number of upvotes on the feature, and I think we can focus on leaving comments. For this, let's first open PageStorm, and I'm going to comment everything what we changed so far. Implement upvote, downvote. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to do the following. I'm going to display number of comments for each feature right here, and it's going to be like kind of clickable button, and when clicking on that, it's going to open that specific feature details page where you're going to see all the comments as well as the feature details. So let's open feature item, and so this is the upvote downvote, this is the description, this is the actions drop down, and I actually want the comments button to be inside here. So right here, I'm going to create a div, then I'm going to have a link inside that, and that link will go into root feature.show, providing the feature. So that link will have a comment of, not the comment, but the, let's just write comments here. Okay, let's just write comments, nothing else. Okay, I'm going to also copy and paste some Tailwind CSS classes because just typing those classes will take a lot of time. So class name equals this. Let's pull this on its own line, and those are basically the classes which should I enable wrap? Yeah, I think I should enable soft wrap lines. We need this for TS and .tsx files as well. Okay. Okay, good. So these are the classes which I added, and we can have a look. Comments, okay, not bad. Let's give it margin top 4 maybe, or we can give it heading Y4, something like this. Okay, when I click on this comments, it's going to open the details page, and right here I'm going to display all the comments. So let's open show, and right here we have this title, the name, and the description, and this is the place where I want to display the comments, and I also want to display the new comment form. So let's first create div, and inside the div we need margin top. Let's give it margin top 8, and then I want two components to create, and let me do this right now. Inside components, new comment form, this one, and second is going to be comment item. Okay, now let's use new comment excuse me. So we have to create the components. Export default function new comment form, return this new comment form. We can already use this new comment form here, but this new comment form needs feature as well for which feature it is going to create the comment. So let's accept right here feature. Okay, I'm going to come back to this. So far this is good. Now on the feature, we are going to return comments as well. So let's open feature controller and find that index method. We have with count, with exists, paginate, and I'm going to add right here with comments, and I also want each comment to be selected with user. Just like this. Just make sure if we open comment.php, it has a user there, and if we open feature has comments there. Okay, we have the relations defined properly, and I'm selecting this with the comments user. Now, if I open feature resource, from here, I am going to return comments. Comments is going to be collection. Okay, so here I'm going to execute these comments map function. For each comment, I am going to return array where we need the comment ID, we need the actual comment, we need the user information through this new user resource, and I also need created at in the following way. Okay, now each feature has comments. The thing is that we are actually returning those comments in the feature listing as well, which is something I don't want. So I should not have actually added this here. And we also don't need comments in the listing. So either we have to define new resource, one is going to be feature list resource, and second is going to be feature resource for the details page, for comments or without comments. Okay, I'm going to create now a new resource. I can easily duplicate this feature resource. Let's call this feature list, a list resource. Okay, and inside the feature list, we don't need comments, so we can remove that. And if we go into feature controller, we're going to use feature list resource here. And we can remove this with. We don't need that. If I scroll down below and find this store, not the store, let's go upstairs, and not the create, but we are interested in show, here we are using this feature resource, and in the feature resource we are returning comments, but not in the list resource. Okay, now let's go into show again, and on the feature we have now comments, and this is something we have to describe right here as well. So we have this feature. Above that, let's export type comment, and we need ID to be number, we need comment to be string, and we need created at to be string as well, and we need user to be user. Now on the feature, we can provide that it has comments array and instance array of comment type. Now in the show, we can iterate over comments. We can call map. We can take each comment, and we need to return the comment item from here. So I'm going to use comment item, which we don't have defined. We just created the file. Export function, export default function, comment item, return something. I'm going to come back to this, and then I'm using this comment item, and we're going to accept, we're going to provide comment here, and we're going to provide key to be comment ID. Let's accept the comment here. Comment to be an instance of comment type. Okay. So now we have to implement these two files, new comment form and the comment item. So for comment item, I am going to actually, it's a very repetitive thing. So I was thinking about copying and pasting few things. Okay, let me just try to type it. Okay, so we're going to have one div which will have display of flex, and gap of 4, and margin bottom 3. Okay, then we're going to have 3 divs. The first one is going to be for the user avatar, second is going to be for the actual comment itself, and the third one is going to be for the comment delete. Okay, now the first one, which is going to be for the user avatar, let's give it proper classes like W12, H12, let's give it rounded full, BG gray, 600, and give it flex, items center, and justify center. And inside here we're going to put the icon, user icon. So let's search for user outline, let's copy the first one, paste here, and change the stroke width, line cap, line join. Okay, so this is the user. Now for the actual comment itself, first we're going to display the user name. So let's give it font bold and give it margin top of 1, and we're going to output comment user name. Okay, and I'm going to also provide right here span, which will have the following CSS classes like text gray 500, text extra small, and margin left 4, and this is going to be comment created at when the comment was created. After this we're going to have div, and this is going to be an actual comment. Let's give it italic class. We output comment dot comment, and let's also give it margin top 1. Okay, and finally we need that delete button. So right here I'm going to put button, and then inside we need this trash icon to delete the comment. Let's paste this with line cap and line join. So then on that we need on click, which should call something like delete comment as an example. We are going to create that. What else do we need? I'm not gonna put anything else here. We just need to provide on that div flex items center, flex and item center. That's it. Maybe also some padding y2, padding x6 maybe. And let's now define this delete comment. Const delete comment equals the following function, and we need a form as well. So const form equals use form, an empty form, nothing else. And on that form we can call delete. We're going to provide comment.destroy, which doesn't exist. We're going to create that, providing comment.id. Okay, and we have to provide right here preserve scroll true, and I also want to provide preserve state, because on that page there might be some state modified, like something might be typed in the add new comment field, and I don't want that to be lost. So we're going to open web.php, and we have to define new rules for comments, but I think we don't even have controller. So let's create the controller. PHP artisan make controller comment controller. We hit the enter, comment controller was created. Let's open comment controller, and the only method we need two methods basically right here. One is going to be store, and the comment is stored for a specific feature, so we can accept feature here, and we can obviously accept request as well. And then on the controller we need to validate, so request validate we only need comment which needs to be required. Okay, so we take the data and we're going to call comment create. We provide the data. However, inside the data, we're going to put feature ID to be feature ID and user ID to be authenticated user ID. Auth ID. Let's import this. Oops. Let's import this auth. Okay, let's open comment create and we are going to define fillable comment feature ID and user ID. Okay, cool. Now let's return to root feature.show, and we have to provide the feature as well. And just like this, the creating new comment is ready. Let's define the second function, which is going to be for destroy and comment. That comment needs to be destroyed. So we call comment delete, and actually we should go into feature show again, but we need the feature ID. So let's take this feature ID comment feature feature underscore ID, and then we provide right here the feature ID to go to that page. If we open now root's file, root, we need post for comments. Let me think. Actually, it can be feature comments. So the post request on the following URL, and we're going to use comment controller store. Comment controller store. The name is going to be comment store, and let's define the second route. This is going to be to delete specific comment, and the comment to be deleted. The method is destroy. The root name is comment destroy. Awesome. So this is the comment item. The delete actually should work, but we should focus on creating a new comment as well. So here, let's create the form. It needs on submit equals create comment. We're going to come back to this function and create that. We need label, and we can make this just for screen read only, SR only. Let's give it your comment. I think, yeah, we have not taken here any of the accessibility things because we are doing something just for learning purposes. If you are doing something in production, obviously you should consider these, but because so far we haven't done anything like regarding accessibility, I think we don't need that label as well. We need extra div, and the div should contain the text area and the primary button as well. Okay, so let's give that div, or maybe we can just use that form. Let's give it flex, items, center. We need padding x3, padding y2, rounded, LG, BG gray 50, and on dark mode we're going to make BG gray 800. And then right here we're going to use text area input, and let's give it some of the properties, like it should have, doesn't need name, I don't know. Let's give it rows to be equal 1. Let's give it value to be we have to define the form as well. Const data equals use form. Okay, so we provide comment to be an empty string, and we can provide feature ID here, or we can put that feature ID in the URL. So I think we don't need this because when creating new comment, we have this feature in the URL. Okay, so let's also define this create comment, which is form event handler type of function. So we accept event, then on that event we call prevent default, and we are gonna take, we have the data, we have to take set data, we have to take post, and we have to take processing. We can put them on new line. Okay, awesome. Now we are gonna call post comment create comment not create but store. So we're gonna provide preserve scroll to be true, and we can provide preserve state to be true as well. Okay, and we need on success, and when this happens, we have to call set data on comment to be an empty string. So we reset the comment actually when new comment is created. We reset the comment input. Now inside the value, we have to provide data comment, and we have to listen on change. On change, we take the event and then call set data on comment. We provide event dot target dot value. Okay, and what else do we need? We can provide some class name, a margin top, block, and full width, and let's give it also placeholder, add comment. Let's just give it your comment. Okay, and I need primary button right here, and let's give it text comment, and that button should be disabled if processing is true. Now if we open show, we have this new comment form. Everything looks good. Now let's open the show page, refresh it, and have a look. Okay, so this looks ugly because we have that extra div. Let's remove this extra div. Okay, so that doesn't look ideal, but I'm not going to spend more time on just styling this thing. Let's test the functionality. Okay, test comment item. Let's click on comment, and we're gonna see what's happened. Comment store feature parameter is required for comment store. That's correct. So we have to provide feature.id here. Let's clear this, click on comment, and as you see, comment was added. That's not bad. So there are some paddings which should be probably adjusted in the comment form. I think we don't need padding X at all, but we need margin bottom 4, something like this, and this one, this div needs flex 1. If we open comment item, we have 3 divs. This one should have flex 1. Okay, another comment, click on comment, another comment goes at the top. So the latest comment should be at the top. Another comment actually went to the bottom. So the latest comment should be at the top. So we should open feature.php, and find the comments, and we're going to provide latest method here. Refresh the page. Now latest comment is going to be at the top. One more, click on comment. Now one more is at the top. That's awesome. Now if we try to delete this, it is working successfully. Test another comment. And also the scroll is preserved, and if I have something written here, which is part of the state, if I click on this, now this also stays here, doesn't clear. And this is exactly what this preserved state is doing. Okay, so what else do we need? So we have also added functionality to leave comments on the feature. So we have, I think, almost the whole functionality, and I think right now, if I didn't miss anything, we can focus on the remaining things, which are basically Inertia version 2 things, and roles and permissions. Now let's start working on roles and permissions, and there are a few things we're going to do. First, right now, at the moment, every user has possibility to create new features. We are going to restrict this only for admin users. And also leaving comments is right now allowed for every users. Leaving comments is only possible for commenter users who has role commenter. Now let's have a look in the first. Let me commit everything. So implement comment CRUD. Okay, we actually didn't implement update for comments, but that's not important. Okay, let's close everything, and I'm going to open up enum permissions enum. So these are the permissions what we have, and the permissions are assigned to roles, and users have roles. So we have manage features, manage users, manage comments, and upvote and downvote. So basically users, regular users, can only upvote and downvote, commenters can only leave comments and upvote and downvote, and admin users can manage and other users, can manage features and manage comments as well, pretty much do anything. Okay, so we are returning those roles and permissions on the front-end side, and we need to hide certain buttons on the front-end side, but let's first focus on the back-end side. And for this, let's open spatie permissions package, because there are few things we're gonna have a look. So in the documentation, we have this middleware section, and we're gonna add middlewares based on the permissions. So this can basically is a middleware which comes with this spatie package, and we're gonna provide permission right here, and we can even provide multiple permissions. All right, now let's open web.php and find this resource for feature, and we can assign this middleware can, and we have to provide the permission name. The permission name in our case will be permissions enum manage features. So why do I have warning? Yeah, we need value. So that pretty much means that any route can only be accessed from the user who can manage features. That is not actually correct, because viewing features should be possible for regular users as well. But if we have a look in the browser, right now I'm an admin user. I just need to log out, and I need to access, for example, commenter, and just click on features. Now we see these 403. So the middleware works, but actually we did this incorrectly. Okay, so let's define, let's have a look again what routes we have. PHP artisan route list, especially I'm interested in the features. So we have possibility to create new feature, which only should be for the manage features permission. This one as well for only manage features. feature show, a single feature should be visible for every user basically. Update, destroy, so we have 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have edit as well. Basically all the features except index and show is only available for manage users. So what we can do is the following. So here we can provide only, or let's provide except index and show. So for any root in this resource except index and show is only possible if the user has permission manage features. And again, this relates to, where was that? This relates to feature create, feature update, feature destroy, feature edit. And that's it, right? Feature create, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, index, yeah, that makes sense. Get confused. Let's have a look again. So here, let's rerun this root list. So these comments and upvote is not from the feature controller. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 5 of them store, create, update, destroy, and edit. So this is only possible for manage features permission. Okay, so let's return this, go into and rerun this, and now we have only few features. We don't have index and we don't have show. We have to register them separately. Okay, so root get feature, and we're going to use feature controller index, feature index. This doesn't need any middleware because this is available for every user if the user is authenticated. Get feature, specific feature, and let's give it name, feature show. Let's move this down as well. Okay, now this is already awesome. So if we try to access to features, we are actually able to access that. However, if we try to access features create page, we see this forbidden because this is only for admin users, not for us. In the same way, if we try to edit the feature, we get still 403, the section is unauthorized, and if we try to delete the feature, we still get this 403, the section is unauthorized. Right now, we are commenter. We cannot manage features. Okay, now let's log in by another user, which is user. Okay, let's save this. Let's go into features. That user is also not able to do any of these actions. And if we open now the details page, that user should not be even able to leave a comment. So right now, the user can leave a comment, but only commenter role users can do this. So let's open web.php and find the comment section where you create or destroy comment. And right here, let's use middleware can permissions enum manage comments. Only those users who manage comments can actually create the comment or to destroy the comment as well. So in the same way, to destroy the comment. But to be able to destroy the comment, there is one additional thing we have to consider, and the user basically must be owner of the comment to be able to destroy that. We can do this check in two ways. Either we can define gate or policy, or we can just write an if statement right here. So I'm not going to overcomplicate things right now with gates and policies. However, if you're interested to know more about these authorization mechanisms in Laravel, that section, the entire module, is actually covered in my Laravel for Beginners course, which you can find on my website, thecodeholic.com. So right now, I'm just going to write if statement, if comment user ID is the same as auth ID, or if it's not the same, it's better to do it like this, then we simply call abort, and we can provide right here the code 403, which means forbidden. So the destroy will not be called if the user does not have permission to manage comments. However, even if the user has that permission, user should not be able to delete somebody else's comment, right? And this is exactly what we are doing in this case. So now, if we check our website, if I click on this, now I get this section is unauthorized, and if I try to create new comment, click on comment, I get this again, this section is unauthorized. Okay, I think on the backend side, I can't remember everything else what we need if we have a look in the rules. So let's double check this. Accessing the dashboard. The dashboard right now is kind of abstract page, so we don't display any particular information. Yeah, updating the profile is for everyone. The dashboard is for everyone. Managing features is only for those who has managed features. Viewing features, single feature or list of features is for everyone. Upvote and delete his own upvote is also for everyone. However, let's just make sure that user is not able to destroy somebody else's upvote. No, we are using the auth ID. So basically from this particular feature upvotes, we are deleting the one which is made by that user. Okay, so far so good. In the comment section, yeah, only manage comments can create comment or destroy the comment. So the permissions on the backend side is fully ready. Now, let's focus on the front-end side, and I'm going to open index TS6, and right here we have this button, create new features, which we need to completely hide. And we don't want to display if the user doesn't have the permission to manage features. Okay, this is what I am going to do right now. In the resources JS, I'm going to create a new TypeScript file called maybe helpers. And from here, I am going to export some of the functions which will be identical to how you use can functions in Blade. For example, from the Laravel spatie permissions package, if we check the way how you test certain things, Blade directives, for example. So this is the way how you can check if the current user can edit articles. This is second way. However, we have TypeScript, we have React, so we don't have that can function, can directive in React. So this is exactly what we are going to do at the moment. So export function can, we can just use can here, which equals the function, and we right here export function. No, it should not be like this. Okay, so we accept right here user to be an instance of user, and we're gonna also accept permissions. Permissions, which should be array of strings, like this. And this should return Boolean. If the current user can one of the permissions available right here. Or we can check a specific permission just by providing permission here and removing the arrow. No, the square brackets. Sorry. So if we just return user.permissions includes the given permission, this means that the user can do the specific permission. So this is related to permission. We can duplicate this and create second function, which we can call has role as an example. And right here, we're going to accept role if user roles includes that specific role. Now, if we go into index tsx, so now we can use that method right here. So let's just wrap this, and then I'm gonna use can if the user, and we need also to access the current user. So we can access current user in two ways. One way is to use page here, then access props, then access auth, and then access user. Okay, this is the current user. Second way is to access the user directly, or to access auth directly. Okay, in which case, instead of defining the props in the following way, we have to modify this, and we have to use page props, and then in this we have to provide some additional types. So other than the following page props, which are defined right here, which has auth and Ziggy, we have features as well. Okay, so now inside this can, we can use auth.user, and we have to provide the permission. So the permission in our case is manage, how it's called? Manage features. So we can take this, manage features. If the current user can manage features, then we display the following link. Now if we save this, and if we check in the browser, if we go in the features, we don't see that button anymore. Now we're going to do something similar in feature actions drop down. We have this delete feature and edit feature, and we can do this for both. Right now we have just a manage features, but if you have separate features for your project, separate permissions for your project, you can do the following. So right here you can just write can, and in this case we need to access the user in the following way: const user equals use page dot props dot auth dot user. And now if user, and right here you need to provide the permission name. Let's solve the syntax errors. And if you have separate permissions for edit feature, you can just write edit feature here. And in the same way, you can just write delete feature. But we don't have these separate permissions. Okay, we have just single permission, which is called manage features. In which case, we have to just write a single can right here around this, or even, I think we can do this around here. So let's wrap it everything. Or we can do the following. So if can current user manage features, if it can manage features, or if it cannot manage features, let's do like this, then we're gonna simply return like empty thing. We can return fragment, or we can just do a return if the user cannot manage features. Otherwise, we return the following. And again, the current user doesn't have any permissions, so this is what will happen right now. So the current user doesn't have the manage features, so nothing is displayed. But if I comment out this part, now we see that the button is displayed, but none of the actions are displayed because we expect the current user to have edit feature and delete feature. Again, this is not for us. This is for just to give you an idea how you can use different permissions. But in our case, we can simply remove this part because we have just one if. Remove that part as well. Now the menu items will be visible, but if we uncomment this, then this is gone. So current user cannot manage features, so we don't see any actions. Current user can also not manage comments. So if we go right here, the current user should not be able to see this comment box as well as the delete icon right here. So this is how we are going to do. Let's open new comment form, scroll down below, and we can do the following. If, and we need to access to the current user, which I am going to copy like this. Okay, so if can current user manage comments, cannot manage comments, let's do like this, then we simply return. Now current user cannot manage comments, so we don't see this comment box at all. As for the delete button for the comment item, we need to check, this is the delete button for the comment item, and by the way, I think we need to reduce the size of the trash icon, the smaller one is better. And right here, we need to completely hide the following div. Okay, so let's do the following. If current user can, let's provide current user first, then can manage comments, but that's not enough because current user might be able to manage comments. We don't have the user, so we have to again use that. But that's not enough. The current user might be able to manage comments, but this specific comment might not belong to the current user. Okay, so we need the following. And if the comment user ID is the same as the authenticated user ID, then we should display the button. Now the comment does not actually have user ID, it has user, so we should probably go back and change this into user.id. Now let's have a look. We don't see these trash icons anymore. The user doesn't see any. So this is a regular user. It can only upvote or downvote or see comments. So they can see comment, but they cannot leave the comment. So now they can do downvote, they can do upvote. That's all what they are able to. They can just browse the features and see they can click on comments, which will open the comment, the actual view page. This particular feature doesn't have any comments. That's why the user doesn't see anything. But yeah, that's it. However, if the user doesn't have such type of ability to leave a comment, maybe you want to show the corresponding message. So for example, if the user cannot manage comments, then you might need to show it like you don't have permission to leave comments. Okay, and we can give it some classes like text center and text gray 600, something like this. If the user cannot manage comments, yeah, that's correct. The user cannot manage comments. This is inside the comment type. Okay, no, this is inside the comment item. We should put this in the new comment form, maybe. If the user cannot manage comments, this is something what we can return. This is what we can return. You don't have permission to leave comments. That's it. Okay, I think that's good. One thing what I have to consider is the following. If I log out right now and log in as admin user, the admin user can do everything. So the admin user sees the new feature, it can leave the comment and also edit the features. But the even admin users should, that's a question basically, should the admin user be able to edit somebody else's feature? I think, yeah, we can give that permission. So the decision right here is up to you, but I decided that all admin users will be able to edit or delete features even created by other admin users. So that's fine. That's fine. I allow this in this application. You can decide what you want. If you don't want one admin user to be able to edit or delete another admin user's feature, you have to do some additional things like you have to probably put either define gate or policy, or put if similar to this in the feature controller, that the feature user ID should be the currently authenticated user ID when trying to destroy or update. And in the same way, inside this feature actions drop down, you can hide this link or this link if the currently authenticated user ID doesn't equal to the feature user ID. So yeah, I'm just giving you ideas how you can do in your applications certain things. In my case, I'm just gonna leave that. And just like this, we have roles, we have permissions. You can use, if you need, you can use has role check as well right here. So you use has role, you provide the user ID, and you provide the role like admin. Okay, if the user is admin, then the user can see the following item. So the decision and implementation is up to you. So I just try to give you tools and the ways how I generally would do this in actual projects. So this has role is something we don't need. And I think the last thing is that we're gonna add user section, and admin user will be able to manage users. Only admin users will be able to manage users, and admin users will be able to give other roles or change roles to another users. Now let me comment everything, and we can call this implement roles restrictions based on roles and permissions. Okay, one thing I want to mention is that in the spatie permissions package, you can find many other ways how you can restrict that in your project. So right now we used middleware approach, but you can do a different approach how to restrict that. So I just recommend to check the documentation and find out how you can do certain things. There are always more than one way how you can solve the problem, how you can restrict access to certain things, and so on. The middleware is what I used. You can find other things in the documentation. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that when the user is trying to register, that user doesn't have any permission. Okay, so, and we want that every user, basically every new user, to have a role, user role, and that's it. For this, we're going to open authenticated session controller, which comes with Laravel Breeze, and we have the store, and that's it. When the user basically gets authenticated, session not authenticated, we want registered user controller when the user registers. Right here, the user is created, and on that user we are going to call method assign role, and we have to provide roles enum user value. That's it. So every new user will have a role of the user, and thus that user will be able to upvote and downvote. Without that, basically right now it's going to still work. However, if we open this web PHP and we restrict certain things right here, for example, if we find this upvote and downvote, this is it. So to just leave the upvote and destroy your own upvote, we can provide right here middleware in the same way like we did for the manage features or manage comments. Okay, so we haven't used other manage, it's not called manage, upvote, downvote permission, but we can use this as well. And if we actually use that upvote, downvote permission right here, and if we don't add this line, if we don't assign user role to the newly registered users, even these new users will not be able to upvote and downvote. Okay, so this is something we don't want. So there are two ways. One way is that we can completely avoid the user role, and we can assume that everyone who doesn't have any roles at all it means that they are user roles. Okay, they have user roles, and we don't assign anything here. We don't also add the middleware here and here, and every authenticated and verified user, we have both checks right here, verified, authenticated, they will be able to do these things. Okay, or we can explicitly define that upvote and downvote is only possible for the users who have like specific permissions. Okay, so again, the decision is up to you how you're going to do this. Even if I add this permission, upvote permission right here, now I don't add the permission in the feature show, feature index, also the dashboard. Yeah, so my point is that the user role is kind of very basic, and everyone, if they have that user role, they will be able to do pretty much anything. So what I'm going to do is the following, just to make these things easy: verified and can, or we can use the role. Let's go into documentation and find this middleware again, and we have two ways. One is can, and second is we can also define these aliases for role, permission, role, or permission. And once we define this, then we can use role and user in our case. So let's actually define these aliases. Let's open app.php from Bootstrap app, and we can define these aliases for role and permission. And now, if we go in the web PHP right here, we can say role, roles, enum, user value. So the user needs to be verified, and also user needs to have role of the user. In which case, user is able to view the dashboard, just see the features, leave upvote or downvote, and that's pretty much it. Now, again, if I open this registered user controller, and if I just comment out this line, don't activate this line, and then I try to sign up, we go into register page. I'm going to try to, maybe I can use Zura, because I think I have created that user. Let me double check. No, I don't have Zura user. Okay, I have to actually sign up. Register. Okay, let's now register with user Zura. Zura@example.com. Okay, I received an email in mailpit. We can open localhost port 8025. We have new email. I'm going to click on this. Okay, I verified my email, but I get this forbidden. That's because my user doesn't have user role, and user role is actually necessary to be able to access the dashboard, which is what we defined exactly right here in the following line. Okay. Now what we can do is open model has roles. We can create new record here, app models user, and the newly registered user will probably be Zura with the ID 4. So we can provide 4 here. Save that. Let's provide 4 here as well. Save that. Refresh the page. Yeah, and this one needs also permission. Probably. Role has permission. The role has permissions, just the user didn't have permission. Hold on. Oh, wait. This should not be 4. The role should be user 1. My bad. So this user has a role 1, which is user. Zura has user role. Okay, now if we refresh the page, Zura is able to access the dashboard, to view features. user Zura doesn't see these create new feature or edit features, and also Zura is not able to leave a comment or delete the comment. He can just view existing comments. But we're going to do this for every new user, so we're going to put this in this registered user controller. I'm going to uncomment this part right now, and if we try to register right now with another user, let's use Mary at example.com. Okay, we received an email verify. Let's see what happened. This section is unauthorized. Why it's not unauthorized? Okay. User assigned role. Let's see. We have new user Mary 5 assigned role. We see this 5 here. Let's check the email verified at. Okay, email verified at. Probably, yeah, I opened the same one. I just opened the same previous URL. So this is the new one for Mary. Click on this. Now Mary's account was verified and Mary is able to access features. Leave an upvote. Awesome. Now let's implement assigning roles to other users and removing those roles for admin users. Let's open PHP Storm, and I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to open first. Let's comment everything. We can call this assign user role to every new user. Okay, so I need to create now a user controller. So let me execute PHP artisan make controller user controller, and this should be resource controller. So I have to provide model to be user as well. Now let's see, user controller. Okay, so I need to list the users. I'm not gonna implement creating users from admin users. We have the user registration, so we don't need create. We don't need store as well. We don't want show. We want edit and update to assign the roles to the user. And we also don't want destroy. Do we? Yeah, we don't want. So our main focus is just roles and permissions, so that admin user can manage roles and permissions. If you want to allow admin users to delete other users, you can do this as well and implement this part as well. Okay, so let's return now Inertia render user index, and we have to provide in return. Actually, we can do this all users. Okay, or we can do the paginated result as well, but I don't want also to overcomplicate things with pagination. I feel that that's kind of out of scope of this specific tutorial. And cool, so we have to define this React file, and we have to also use user resource. Well, this is something else. We don't want to use existing user resource collection because that resource only has ID, email, and name and email, but we actually want the existing roles, which only admin user should be able to see. So let me do the following. Let's just return user all at the moment, then I will come back to this. So in the edit, we are going to return Inertia render user edit, and we want to return specific user, and in the update, yeah, I will come back to this. Now let's open web.php, and only admin users should be able to do this. So let's define a new middleware group right here, middleware verified and role should be roles enum admin value. Let's import this roles enum. Then we call group function and then define the rules. So root get for user, we're going to use user controller index, and we have to provide name as well, user dot index. Let's import this. Okay, next we need update, right? So we're going to copy this. Get, we need to get specific user, and this is going to be edit. We can give it also edit URL, user edit, and the last one is going to be put user update and user update. Now let's go into resources, JS, pages, and feature, and I am going to actually copy and paste this feature folder and call this user. I don't need create, so I'm going to delete the create. I need a list of the users. I need edit. I don't need show as well, so I'm going to delete show as well. So let's open now this index and have a look. So I'm going to look for features. Let's search for all lowercase features and replace that with users. Okay. Then let's search for uppercase F features, which is the page title here and here, and replace this uppercase U users. Replace this. Now let's search for if we use features anywhere else. We have the following permission, which we actually don't need. Create new feature. This is called feature. Let's search for feature. This is used in 12 places. We can use the match case and wording. Maybe we can remove this wording and just match case. And replace this uppercase F feature with the uppercase U user. Let's replace this everywhere. We don't have this user item after replace, which we can create, but I plan to actually turn this into table. So let me just use flow byte table. I want to just copy the table example. This is simple table. I just want to get the copy, the Talon CSS code of that. And we have this users data map. Yeah, I can completely remove this. So this is tr, and here we are going to use users.data.map. We have user here, and then we need to return tr. Where's the end of tr? Here is the end of tr. Parentheses, and then the curly brace. And I think we can delete other two TRs, this and this. Now we have just one TR, and we have the table headings. That should be user name. That should be email. We can just call this name. Email. We can give it created at when the user was registered, and we can use roles maybe here, and we probably need some actions. Now let's output user.name, user.email, user.created at, and user.roles maybe, which we can join with comma and space. User doesn't have created it, and also we have some syntax error. This parenthesis ends here, but this parenthesis doesn't end anywhere, so we have to put this here as well. Now user doesn't have created it, so we can remove this user item. We need to open this user, and we have to provide created it as well. String. Yeah, it can be string. We can define it as string. Okay, now we have that created it as well. We can remove this use page, and I think that's good. So user controller, now let's open authenticated layout, and we're going to find features. I'm going to duplicate this and call it users. Then right here we need user index, and let's find the second place where we have these features. Here and here we need user, and here we need users. Cool. Let's open the page. Let's click on users. Okay, user doesn't have the right roles. Okay, that makes perfect sense. And I think even the menu should not be visible if the user doesn't have the correct role. So we can use has role if the current user has role admin. If it doesn't have has role admin, we can use has role or have can, which checks the permission. So can, if current user, let's import this can first, then we have the current user, and the permission is called manage users. If the current user can manage users, we display the following navigation item. We're going to copy this. This is for the responsive nav link. We're going to search for second right here. If the current user can manage users, then we display the menu item. Okay, now the current user cannot manage users, so the user doesn't see users navigation item, and even the user is not able to access this through URL. Perfect. Let's log out. Login as admin. Okay, what's going on? User doesn't have the right roles. Okay. User. Okay, let's access dashboard. Now let's check. Am I authenticated? I think I am authenticated with admin user, right? So that's interesting. So current user doesn't have user role, and that's why admin user is not able to access the dashboard. That's actually a very interesting thing. So we have not defined that the admin user is kind of superset of other roles. Okay, we have just roles and permissions are associated to roles. In this case, because the current user is admin user and current user doesn't have user role, the current user is not actually able to access the following page. Now, what we can do is to define multiple roles that the current user needs to have one role or second or third, something like this, in the following way. So here we have the role. Let's move this down. And I think we can use sprint f role, then one role, comma, then we can use second role, comma, and third role. We have actually 3 roles, right? So one is user, second is commenter. We can move this down as well. and the last one is admin. So to be able to access these routes, the user should have at least one of the following rules. Now, let's reload the page. Actually, that was related to cards, not roles. Yeah, we have to use pipe, not the comma. The comma is for cards. So here we need pipe, here we need pipe. Okay, now admin user is able to access dashboard, and it should be able to access to users page as well. What's the issue? Page not found, page users index. It is user, not users. So we have to open user controller and change this into user edit, user index, and that's it. Refresh it. Click on user. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined reading map. Okay, that makes sense. So from here we are returning just user all, and then in the index of the user we just treat that users to be paginated data, meaning that it has data inside there. Again, if you are going to do pagination, you probably need that, but in our case I'm just going to change this into an array of users. So users is an array of user, and instead of users .data map, I'm just going to do users.map. Refresh that. Okay, this is another thing. We try to call join on roles, but the user doesn't have role. So this is what we are going to do. Let me check auth user resource. Here we have the permissions and roles, and we probably need also created at. So admin user is able basically to view more sensitive information than regular users. So if we can use this auth user resource, we can create new resource as well, but we can use this auth user resource so that these users user all to go inside that auth user resource collection, provide user all here. Yeah, I think that should be it. However, the returned response will still have data inside there. Users map is not a function, so if we just disable wrap, let me think. Yeah, we actually have the wrap disabled, so then we probably need to access the collection, and we can just return an array of that, which is going to be plain array, just like this. And we have to add extra column, which is going to be for actions, just like this. Okay, so create new user, name, email, created at. Okay, what do I return inside created at? Okay, created at format this. And here we see roles as well. Every user has some role, and we can provide some additional actions. Like what we want here is just edit action. So we can open this and put a button here, or maybe we need to put a link with href, which is going to be root dot, not dot, but user edit providing user. We can call this edit. What's wrong with that? Let's see. We see this edit. which is regular link. We can make this button, but why do I have this warning? User.edit. User edit. Where's this user edit? Yeah, it expects user. Not sure what's wrong with that. Okay, so when we click on this, it's going to open the edit page. That probably needs some paddings. And probably class name, text blue 500, something like this. Okay, clicking on this should open the edit page, which we don't have right now. Let's just remove that create button because we don't want new user creation by admin users. We just want assigning roles and permissions to them. So this edit should open this edit. Now let's have a look. So here we have this feature. Let's again do a replace. So let's search for lowercase feature and replace this with user. And that's going to be probably in multiple places. Let's do this replace. Then we can search for uppercase F feature, replace this with uppercase U user. Okay. Then do we have any more feature here available? We don't have any more feature here. So we have username. We can duplicate this. We have email. We have, what information do we have? Email verified ad, password. I don't want to manage password or even email or anything like this. What I want to manage is roles, which is going to be user roles. Now, if we scroll down below, we have the description. I think I'm going to remove this. We don't need this. We have just username. Let's see if the form opens. Click on edit. Okay, the form opens. We just have name. We have email as well. We can display. So that should be disabled. Okay, we should not be able to make changes to the name. And we can duplicate this for email. This is for email. Oops. Then we have email here. We should change that. Let me do this very quickly. It's focus. I'm going to remove that. Email here. And that should be disabled as well. Okay. Now we need roles. Now that's interesting. So we need to use checkbox for this. Let me define div. And we do have a checkbox component, which is used somewhere, probably in login. So let's search for checkbox in the login. This is how it is used. So let me copy this, open user edit, paste this, but I want to iterate this over user roles. So user roles dot map role. I want to display checkboxes for each role. But actually, I don't want to iterate over user roles, but I want to iterate over all the available roles. This is how I'm going to do this. I'm going to open user controller, and right here I'm going to select all roles. Role, spatie permission model, role, all. Let's query them and return them. Now we have current user, and we have roles as well, comma. We can define that at the moment roles has type of any, and let's just print what is roles. But we have syntax errors, it is not going to work. So we assume that roles is an array, we iterate over roles, and we print some information for each role. So we can check in the database as well. Role has name and guard name, created it and updated it. So we just need probably name. We have role here, and let's just put a checkbox. Unchecked. I will come back to this. Let me just have a visual look. Okay, the role actually has type of any. Again, let me define this right now. Console, refresh. Okay, we need key, and we need this here. Well, actually, I need to define div checkbox, and then I need role.name maybe, and we need to give key role.id. Okay, user commenter admin, where we use this checkbox, we have this label as well. I'm going to copy this label and put this here, and it needs key to be role.id. Again, let's remove this. Instead of remember me, we need role.name. Okay, so we can give this one margin bottom 8. Okay, so that's not bad. However, these are just the role names, but we have the corresponding user-friendly role names, so which are inside roles enum. So here it goes with uppercase A and U and commenter. So you might have also more complex roles and permissions where you have multiple names, multiple words in a name of a role, and so on. So we have to use these labels as well. I'm going to go into user controller, and from here we're going to return role labels. This is going to be roles enum labels. Now we have these role labels which we can accept. What's that? User item, we can remove this. Paginated data, we can remove this. Text array input, we can remove this. So right here we have role labels, and again we can define that role labels is an array of string, or we can define record of string and string. It has key value pairs basically. So here from this role labels we need to access role name. That's going to be role label. Let's have a look. Now as you see we have the nice labels of the permissions, and if we add this is admin as an example, we can see this is admin here, so this is coming from here. Awesome. Okay, now the thing is that we have to we have to put that into data and send that to the server, right? So let me print data here, and at the moment in the data we have array. That's why it's not possible to print that. So we're going to use JSON stringify data undefined 2. Oops. Cool. Email, name and email only. And if we check the data, we have roles as well, which is user roles. However, user roles is an array, right? Why I don't see that user roles? Let me just print, let's duplicate this and print user as well. User 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we don't see user roles, and probably because from the user controller we are just returning this user, but we should return new auth user resource because this is what we are returning from the list. Now we are going to have roles as well and permissions, and here we have roles as well. Okay, let me check this checkbox which has value there. Let's go into user edit, and right here we have to provide value to be role dot name. We have to provide checked as well. This should be checked if, let me think, if user dot roles includes role name. Now refresh the page. We have this. Okay, we have the checked prop on a form field without onChange. We need onChange handler as well. OnChange, and what we expect here, event, and we have to update data roles. So here we have event target checked, if that specific thing is checked or not, and we have to put this inside data. So we're going to call set data for roles. Let me actually change this into its own function, like on role change. Const on role change. Okay, so we take event here. Let's print the event and print the event target value. We can provide this. This is anything. Okay, when I check something, we get admin, event target value. That's admin. Okay, and we're going to put that. Let's also print if it's checked or not. Not only value, but checked. So click on this, admin true, admin true. So we are trying to check that. However, because we have this checked, the user roles, it should be data roles includes role name. So if I remove this checked, now it is get checked, unchecked. Look at this. So I checked, admin true, then uncheck, admin false. Let's actually print what we had previously. JSON stringify data undefined to, I'm interested in the roles, so we're going to put that inside roles. Set data roles, and we're gonna see if it's checked or unchecked. So event target checked. If it's checked, then we have data roles. So we are going to do the following. Inside set data, we're going to put data roles filter, not filter, but actually push. Inside data roles, we are going to add new role, and this is going to be event target value. If it is not checked, then we are going to remove from data roles. So we are going to do data roles filter if R does not equal to event target value. Basically filter everything that is not this event target value. Okay, and we need to destructure this. And now we can have a look. If I refresh it, commenter, why, hold on, data, okay, data roles contains commenter. Okay, we need this checked to be if data roles includes role.name, then we mark it as checked. Now let's try to test this. Okay, commenter, tick on this. Now commenter was removed from roles. Click on this, commenter was added into roles. Now we added admin and we added user. Okay, so we can have this as checkbox and give user multiple roles, but basically our implementation is so that one permission actually covers another, and we are mostly working with permissions, not roles. On the router level, so we only use roles right here, and we use all three roles, but right here we use permissions. Okay, and generally it's good practice to work with permissions, and we should have roles and permissions, and the user should have roles and permissions should be part of the roles. So in this case, we can even switch this into radio. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. User, commenter, or admin. Yeah, I think we can do this. So I'm going to just duplicate checkbox, call this radio. Change this into radio, type radio. And inside this edit, we can change this into radio, components radio. Name is not remember, name is roles. Now so this looks like a radio, but it's a square radio because we probably have rounded full. Let's have a look. Now this looks like radio. And let's give it also margin bottom of something like 3. Oh, it's too much. 1. Oops. 1. So now let's refresh the page. Now user has only one role, and that's commenter. Now I click on admin. Okay, that gets added. On role change. Okay, if we decide that we're gonna only have one role to the user, then if that gets checked, we're gonna add only that, nothing else. That's how we're gonna do this. We can remove this part. refresh it. We have one role, click on user, now it has only user, commenter, admin. And we can have only one role to the user at a given moment. So this is a commenter user, and we can click on admin and click on save. And now we're going to go to the backend and see what information we're getting right here. So request, validate. We don't actually need name or email. We are interested in just roles. So let's get roles. Is going to be required an array, and let's take data and let's print what data we have. So we have only admin, click on save. We have roles and admin. That's perfect. So on the following user, we can call sync roles and provide data roles. So basically every other role should be removed. So if we check right now, model has roles. The user we are trying to edit has ID 2. So it has role 2, which is commenter. Now, if we click on, hold on, let's remove this TD and return back with success, roles updated successfully. Okay, I'm switching to admin. Click on save, roles updated successfully, and we can check right here. Now we see that something was changed. On user, which has ID 2, this is it, now it has role 3, and that's awesome. Now if I log out and log in with commenter role, now that commenter user is not commenter anymore, that user is admin, and that user can actually create new features and manage other users, and that's actually pretty cool. Okay, in the web PHP, managing users is only for admin. But yes, this user is able to actually see the users and click on this. And let's see if that commenter user will just change his own role into commenter again. The user doesn't have the right role. Okay, something happened, and that something was that probably the request was updated. So the role was changed, and then we were trying to go back into user page, in which case we got the following error. Now that commenter user is still commenter and doesn't have admin permission to view users. And that's basically it. So I can remove this pre from here. I can log out and I can log in as admin and see that admin user can see other users, can edit and change the role. Let's just put label right here inside H3 role. Font bold, something like this. Yeah, margin bottom 1. We have the simple label, which is just a label, text SM. Yeah, we can give it something like this as well. Value should be role. HTML4 is going to be for nothing. Okay, that's it. Okay, now we have also implemented functionality to change roles. Admin users now have ability to change the roles on another users, which is pretty cool. So if we imagine the following case, that there are some regular users which are just upvoting, downvoting, but admin users want to promote those regular users, they can open that regular user and change the role into commenter, and now that regular user which previously wasn't able to leave comments, now can access features and leave a comment as well. That's awesome. And they can also delete their own comments, obviously. Now let's start working on Inertia 2.0 new features. Let's open Inertia documentation, and here we have this version 2 inertia.js.com. And if we check the upgrade guide, we see the upgrade guide as well as the new features: polling, prefetching, deferred props, infinite scrolling, and the lazy loading data on scroll. Okay, let's start one by one. And the first one, which I'm going to do, is polling. So that's actually pretty straightforward. Let's actually implement this in our code, and then we can cover the documentation as well. The implementation is super easy. First, let me comment everything what we made so far. Implement users listing and role changing. Cool. Let's close everything. And then I'm going to reopen index.tsx. That's the features. Actually, that's the users component. We want index.tsx from feature folder. That's it. Okay. And it's super easy to actually activate polling in Inertia version 2. And we have to use for this use poll. So we just use poll hook, and we provide the interval, how often we want it to be updated. I believe by default this is 2 seconds. We can set this whatever we want. We have to provide number of milliseconds right here, and that's all. So now if we open our features page, we open the developer tools, we check the network, and we see that once in every 3 seconds it is making requests and performing long polling actually. So if I copy this URL right now and we open another guest right here, we try to access to the features page, and I'm going to use now different user@example.com. Let's provide the password and just have a look. So now here we see this is the admin user. Admin user sees that there are 3 upvotes, and the admin user itself has upvoted that. Now this is a regular user, and regular user is clicking on this upvote. Now look at this, what happens. In a couple of seconds, this gets updated immediately because of the long polling. We downvote this, we see 2 here, we're going to see 2 here as well. So that gets updated like almost in real time, and that's because of this polling. Now let's check the documentation of the polling. Usage is super easy, as we saw. So we can provide right here the number of milliseconds, and we even can provide on start and on finished callbacks. So if we want to notify the user something that the data has been updated once it has been completed, or we can even show a toast that the data polling has been started or something like this. So if the operation of updating the UI is kind of expensive, it takes a couple of seconds, we can use these hooks, not the hooks, but the callbacks, just to update the user about this. So we can also provide update start false if we don't want it to be automatically started, and we can take these start and stop functions and we can bind these into buttons or into any action from where we can start and stop the polling. So we could put buttons right here in the exact same way, which I'm not going to do, I think, because this is very obvious, and in the following way we could do this. So I recommend to check the documentation regarding polling. It's super easy to use, and we are actually already using that. Yeah, cool. Now let's move on and on the next one, which is deferred props. So deferred props is another awesome thing. We can see the documentation as well, but the whole idea of the deferred props is that if some of the props which we are going to return for the page takes a lot of time or quite some time to be fetched from the database or fetched from some external APIs, so we can make them as deferred, and those props, the page will be loaded without those props, but those props will be added a later stage to the page. Now let's open a single feature. This is features, and now let's do the following. So we're going to display the feature itself, but for the comments, we are going to return it as a deferred prop. Okay, let's try this. Let's open now feature controller and find a method called show. And from here, we have a couple of things like the upvote count, user has upvoted, and a few other things. And the feature itself has access to comments. We are returning this in the following way. So this is what I'm going to do. Let's just remove these comments from this feature resource. Okay, now there will be an error on the front end, which we're going to fix. And we are going to put those comments here, but we are going to make this as a deferred prop. So we're going to use inertia defer. Let's use function here, use feature, and we are going to return feature comments. Now, let's imagine that selecting these feature comments is actually a heavy operation. It takes like 5-10 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to use sleep here, provide 5. And because now feature doesn't have comments and comments is a separate thing, we have to update the front end as well. So here we are taking, this is index, we're going to open show, and here we have this feature. And feature has comments, so we're going to search for comments. And instead of feature comments, we can directly access comments. And we need to directly take these comments from here as well. And let's just define the proper type. Feature comments is an array of comment, like this. Okay, cool. We can also assume that feature doesn't have comments, but that's not important right now. So the result is not going to change. Let's have a look. So we are iterating over comments. We have comment, and we're providing comment right here. What's the error? The comment item. Yeah, it expects the comment. So what's the issue? The comment. Hold on. So that's a different comment. My bad. So that comment should be any import from types like this. And we can remove this feature item. Okay, this is how we should have it. And now if we refresh the page, let's have a look. Now the comments doesn't exist and we have the following error, which is something we're going to fix. So comments at first when the page is rendered is null. So it doesn't exist. That's why we try to call map and it gives us simply an error. So we don't need to render the following section if the comment doesn't exist, which will fix the error. Now we refresh the page. The error is gone. Let's wait. The error is gone, but the comments are not rendered, and after 5 seconds, the comments will appear. Okay, but if selecting comments is a heavy operation, which takes 5 seconds, let's say, so if we don't have this as deferred prop, the page rendering is delayed for 5 seconds. So that's the significant difference. So if we select those comments right here, again, let's turn this out, put them right here, comments, or we can directly return them like this. And we just call sleep for 5 seconds because selecting of the comments, which we're doing right here, takes 5 seconds. I do have some semicolon is extra. So now if we refresh the page, we're going to see that rendering of this page is actually delayed for 5 seconds because selecting comments takes a lot of time. So I know I'm repeating these many times, but I just want to make this very clear. So let's turn this into deferred prop, and which makes the rendering of the page super nice and fast. All right, let's move on the next one, which is actually prefetching, one of my favorite things. So right now, if we just open the dashboard, for example, we have two pages like features and users, and both of them actually have they are selecting some data from the database, right? So I just refreshed the dashboard page, and now if I click on features, it's really fast. Let's click on users. It's not so fast. Let's do the following. We probably have some error. Let's see. Let's go on the dashboard. Let's refresh the page. Click on the features. That makes request. It needs some time. This is what I'm going to do. Let's change this into slow 4G, for example. Let's go into dashboard, refresh it. It's slow 4G. Now let's click on features and look at this. So it is loading and finally it got loaded. Okay, if the data is large, if the SQL query is heavy, then it's going to take more time. However, in Inertia 2.0, there's one cool thing which is called prefetching. So if we open authenticated layout, and if we find these features here, we see features link, and we can simply add one attribute which is called prefetch. And this prefetch means that when we mouse over on this features navigation menu item, it is going to prefetch the content for us. Okay, so again, let's switch this into no throttling to make this fast. Let's remove this prefetch, and I'm going to make the difference significant. We can remove this sleep on the comments as well, but let's put this sleep right here. Sleep right here directly when rendering features. Okay, now we refresh the dashboard got loaded. Now I click on the features and it should not be that fast because we have, that was show, my bad. We should put this inside index. Cool. Let's go into dashboard again and click on features. Now it is thinking, and after some time it got loaded, right? So now let's reduce this into like 2 seconds. Now if we go into authenticated layout and add this prefetch here, now this is what happens. When we mouse over on the features, it is going to make requests. Look at the DevTools. It is going to make requests to fetch those features, and once we click on it, it's going to instantly open that. And so by mouse overing on this, Inertia thinks that we want to load this. And we can make this even more optimal, and inside prefetch, we can provide other options, like whether we want to prefetch on hover or on mount and so on. So we can have a look at the documentation. These were on the deferred props. We can go back into prefetching, and we can find in the React examples that we can provide the cache duration. It is going to also cache the prefetched pages for some time, and by default it's I think 30 seconds. But inside the prefetch we can provide click or mount, or we can even do both. So if we do this both, it means the following. So again, if we open the dashboard, so when we open the dashboard, it is going to still make the request on the features. Now features are already loaded, even if I don't mouse over on it. Once I click on this, the opening is instant. And that actually is cached for 30 seconds. And on mouse over, it is also fetching that information and saving that for next 30 seconds. And that's cool. Right now it uses the polling to fetch that information, actually. So now the features is going to open always instantly. And we can do something similar on users. Here we have this nav link, and let's add prefetch, and we can provide also on mount and hover. But the users is something which you are not going to always open. So this is also a heavy thing. So you don't want to always load the data if you don't think that user is going to open that. But in this case, features is the most important page of the application. That's why we prefetch those features, but not for the users. For the users, we can just provide the default one, which is on hover. Let's go in the features and remove this sleep. And now, if I mouse over on this, actually I mouse over, Okay, now user is not loaded. I mouse over on this, it got loaded. I click and the open is actually very instant. Now let's go into prefetch, and right here I'm going to implement something similar for each feature. So if I'm mouse overing for each feature, it means that I want to open that. So let's go into feature item. We have this h2 inside, where is that? h2, inside which we have this link, and let's add prefetch, and now if I mouse over on this, look at this. So it made the request, prefetch the feature 2. I click on this, opening is instant. So let's go back, let's hover on the other one, prefetched feature 3, click on this, opening is instant. And just like this, we are increasing the user experience, like user is browsing the native application where the data is saved on his own computer. So it's pretty fast and pretty awesome functionality. I recommend to check the prefetching documentation. We have this programmatic prefetching where we can prefetch on button click or on some action, and we also have additional information when it was last prefetched. We can provide the cache duration as well, if it's prefetching right now, if it's prefetched, and so on. And we can also flush the prefetch cache through the router flush all to flush all the prefetch cache, or to flush a specific URL with the method get and with some additional data. So as always, I recommend to check the documentation for this, but I'm going to leave this prefetching for features, for individual feature, and we probably need to do this for comments as well. So if I reload right now and just have a look, if I mouse over on these comments, it is not going to prefetch that particular feature. So if I click on this, then it makes the request, and if the opening of that page is not that fast, then it's going to open actually very slow. So we can do something similar. If we search for comments, here we have that comments, and we can add prefetch, and we can also add something in the profile page. So we can search for profile. This is the drop-down link, and we can open this drop-down link from here. Where's that link? Here it is. We can add additional prefetch here, comma, as a separate prop, and now this one accepts prefetch. So we add that not for the logout, but actually for profile. Okay, that was for the desktop, and I think we need to do something similar for responsive. Does this responsive support prefetch? Prefetch. Okay, we format this on 2 spaces. Now here we are using prefetch. Cool. Now if we refresh the page, then let's clear the network. Then I open this drop down, mouse over on the profile. Okay, why didn't prefetch? I took the prefetch, but I didn't add this here, and probably I have to do something for the other nav link. Let's search for link. Yeah, I took the prefetch, but have to add that here. Prefetch. So yeah, this happens on mouse over. On mouse over, like, you can add this pretty much to every link, because if you mouse over on something, it has quite high probability that I'm going to click on that, right? So again, I open this, I mouse over on this, profile was fetched, click on this, and open is now instant. The next cool feature inside Inertia version 2.0 is lazy loading data on scroll, and more specifically, infinite scrolling. So right here we have these features, and we're displaying only 10 or 15 by default. And the idea is that when we scroll, more features should be actually loaded. However, right now, Inertia 2.0 is still in beta, and inside the documentation, I could not find a best example of using this load when visible, especially related to infinite scrolling. Okay, so there are also some articles regarding Vue. I also tested this on Vue.js and it works perfectly, but on React it doesn't work perfectly, and it doesn't even work at all, the infinite scrolling, I mean. And I can demonstrate this to you. So first we're going to open this feature controller and we're going to change these. This is the index. We're going to change these into the following way. So if we have a look in the documentation, we're going to change this into mergeable props. So if we go back, lazy load on data, let's search for merge. Merging props right here, we see that. So merging props does the following. So whenever we return something inside this inertia merge, the inertia will not replace the results, but it will append the results. Okay, so instead of returning this paginated result of the collection, which has actually a couple of other fields other than features. In fact, we can check these inside the index, that the features is paginated data. Paginated data has data and links and a few other things, but we only declare data and links. But what I want that features to be plain array of feature objects instead of paginated data. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to change these features to be just array of feature. Now we need to go, let's scroll down below, and the iteration should be changed as well. Instead of features data, we should iterate feature. Actually, let me quickly undo these things. Okay, cool. So this is something I mentioned does not work in React. So I probably have to undo these things, but I'm gonna first make commits. So implement Inertia version 2.0 features. Let's commit these. And now let's redo the changes I made. So iterating over features. Now let's open this feature controller and I want to return not the paginated result and which has data and links inside, but I want to actually access the collection of it and then convert this into an array. So in the following way, I'm just returning features. Now let's save this, refresh the page, feature page, and that should already work. So if we check this, not this one, or maybe this one as well. Here we see the features, and this is now plain array. It doesn't have data and links inside. Now we're going to make this mergeable. So I'm going to use inertia merge, providing this here. Awesome. Now it is not going to change, but now we have to implement this load when visible. And when we do this, the idea is the following, that when we hit the bottom area, it is going to make the request, fetch the props, and it's going to merge it into existing one. For simplicity right now, I'm going to comment out the polling at the moment. So the idea is the following, that if we scroll down below, here we are going to use, after these features, we're going to use when visible component, which has fallback and data. And whenever this is visible, whenever this gets visible, so it's going to start the loading. So for loading, we are going to write some text like loading. So, and this is one thing that is different from the actual documentation and from the implementation. So if we check the documentation right now, so we are going to see inside load when visible that the fallback is actually a function which returns the JSX. But if I make this function, then we have the TypeScript errors. And if we check this load when visible, actually it has these when visible props, and the fallback is actually React child. It is not function. So I don't know what's the thing. Maybe the documentation is not updated. Yeah, we should consider that right now at the moment Inertia version 2.0 is still in beta, and that's probably the reason. But if we have this as React child, this is okay. This is going to work. Now the next thing is regarding this data. So load when visible is actually has different purposes. One of them is that whenever this component is visible, load the following data, okay, which is not necessarily connected to infinite scrolling. So in our specific case, we can do when this is visible, load something, and that load something can be any prop of the component, right? But we want to implement infinite scrolling, and this is done in the following way, which, as I mentioned, works perfectly in Vue.js. So we have to provide params here, and which the params actually should be object, okay? And we have to provide some data here, and the data is what will be sent to the server when this gets visible. So, and because we're going to do actually like load more type of thing, infinite scrolling, we have to provide page. So page is current page plus 1. So we actually want to load next page. What is this current page? That's going to be a prop right here, page, which actually should be number. Page should be number, just like this. And we should also pass that page from feature controller. So here we're going to pass page, which needs to be paginated from this. We need comma here. So from this paginated, we need to get current page. Okay, let's go back into index tsx, and we're going to pass this data. Okay, cool. And we're going to also pass some additional information, like we're going to pass preserve URL true. So we don't want the URL to be updated when we load the second page or third page information. So without this preserve URL in the true, in the URL, we're going to see page 2, 3, and so on. So we format this, and the next is that we only want to retrieve the information regarding features and page. Now the React itself is complaining that the when visible should actually have children also, and if we follow this, we're going to see this right here, that it requires this children, fallback, and data. All of them are required, but those are actually optional. But this children is something what even has not been mentioned inside here, children inside the documentation of Inertia version 2.0. So yeah, again, something is kind of not finished regarding this when visible on React. But now let's have a look. And also I want to add one extra thing, always. Without always, whenever the browser hits and make this visible, it's going to load the data and it's going to just finish it. Okay, it's not going to do this second time or third time. But by providing always here, it is going to always try to load the data when this gets visible. Now, I save this, again, we have this error, but it's still going to work if we don't try to build that. And if we reload the page right now, let's refresh it. Okay, now if you scroll down below, it is going to load the second page information, and it actually loaded the data. But the problem is that if we hit that when again, it still is sending this page 2. So it should actually increase that page 2, and it should have that page 3, page 4, and so on. And it's actually just fetching the same information over and over again. And the exact same functionality, as I mentioned, works perfectly in Vue.js. So that is something not finished. And if you open this feature controller, like I tried to use Inertia merge here as well, this can be also arrow function, but that doesn't change it at all. We can just turn this into arrow function, scroll up, refresh it. So I tried many different combinations of that. Scroll down below, it is still 2, and keep scrolling, it is always 2. We can again change this into Inertia merge, again use arrow function here, and return this paginated current page. Scroll at the very top, refresh it, then scroll down below, page 2, scroll down below, and it's again page 2, page 2, page 2. So yeah, this will get probably fixed in the future, and if you're watching this in the future, probably this is already fixed. The implementation might be different, so I recommend to check the documentation, and I hope that this video still will be helpful, especially related to this when visible. Now let's talk about one of the most important part of the full stack developer, and that is deploying the project on production environment, assigning domain to it, and managing the server side things. If you grab the VPS with Hostinger, this is all what we need, and we probably need just to purchase the domain, or if you have already an existing domain or subdomain of your domain, you can always connect that to your application. So previously I was actually using a single domain, and I had different subdomains of this single domain to deploy my particular projects. Depending on your use case, you can just grab a new domain or use the subdomain. The main thing is that we're going to grab the VPS server, and you can get this from the following place. Right now they have amazing sales for Black Friday, and you can just check this and grab it. So this is for the VPS, and which actually starts with the $2 per month, but this is only when we get the 4-year subscription. Okay, so you can check their the websites in terms of the pricing and everything, and they obviously have different tiers as well. So when you grab the VPS, then you're going to have something like this: the VPS hstgr.cloud domain assigned to it, and this is what I'm going to set up right now. We're going to click on setup to set up the VPS, and we have to choose the region where we want to deploy this. Let me choose United States, click on continue, and right here we have 3 options: plain OS, OS with panel, and application, and we're going to go with the application. Scroll down below, and we're going to find this Laravel version Ubuntu 22.04. I'm going to click on select. I don't want this. Click on continue. Then I have to provide the panel password. This is the cloud panel, which is a user interface from which we can manage many things regarding our server. So I'm going to provide some random password, which I'm going to actually reset later. So this is the random password. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to click on continue, and I don't want to lose this random password, so I'm going to open a new Scratch file and put this right here. Okay, so next we have to provide the root password, and I'm going to actually provide the same root password right here. That's good. And this is our host name, VPS host name, using which we will be able to access that in the browser. Right now it probably doesn't show anything. And we can add the optional SSH key. If you know what is SSH key, I recommend to add this. If you don't know, no worries, we can always access this using username and password. I just don't want to make this very complicated, but generally it's recommended to always generate public-private keys and add your public SSH key right here. So next, click on continue. Let me close this, and this is our overview, and we're going to click on finish setup, which is going to take several minutes. So right here it says that it's going to take up to 10 minutes, but from my experience, I have created many servers on Hostinger, VPS servers, and it actually takes much less than 10 minutes. So just wait for a couple of seconds and you will receive an email when the setup is completed. I just received an email that the VPS setup has been completed, and right here we see this 33%, and if I reload this, it is gonna redirect us to the VPS page. Let's click on VPS, and the IP address, what we just set up, is this one. So we can get the, actually let's click on manage, and let's refresh the domain also. We're gonna see something. Yeah, the domain is still in the setting up process, so the VPS is done, but the domain is in the setting up process. So what we want is to access that through SSH. Here we also see this process. You won't be able to manage VPS. Well, okay. So I received an email. It's very strange. I received an email. My VPS is using Ubuntu. Let's try to access on SSH. And for this, I'm going to use, we can use PowerShell or Git Bash. I generally prefer to use git bash, so I'm going to open that. Let's zoom in. SSH root at, we have to provide the IP address. We have to type yes here, and then we have to provide the root password, and this is the password what we assign to it. Click on paste, hit the enter, and we are able to access to the server. And now let's see what folders and files we have in home. So inside home we have Ubuntu and user. That user is the user inside which the default Laravel installation will be. So we need to authenticate as the user and make some changes in the project. So I'm going to use su-user. And right now I am authenticated as user. Previously I was root. So if we now navigate inside htdocs, this is the place where the project is installed, and if we type ls, we're going to see the following domain, and this is actually a folder. So inside that folder we have the Laravel installation, and this is the default Laravel installation which comes with our project. But this is what we are going to do. I'm going to actually delete everything from the following folder. Actually, we need to navigate inside there, and let me delete everything. Or maybe we can just make sure that it works first. No, the domain is still in the setting up process. If you want, you can wait this for a few more minutes and the domain will got activated, and then when you refresh you are going to see latest installed Laravel version. But I want to see my Laravel project inside there. So I'm going to copy now my GitHub project URL. Here is my project repository, which is a private repository. So if it's public, things are a little bit easy. You can directly clone that into the VPS server. But because this is private repository, we have to generate public private keys on the server, add public key on this repository so that the server has permission to access to the GitHub server and clone that repository. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Let's go into the server, and before I delete everything in the following folder, let me actually generate public private keys. You can just Google SSH key generate, and the very first thing is going to be probably what we need. If we scroll down below, generate new SSH key, and this is the command we're going to execute on the server. I'm going to copy this, go to the server, paste that, and we're going to change the email. That's actually an identifier of your SSH key, but very common thing is just to provide our email address. So here is my email address. Let's hit the enter. Now this is the default location where the public private keys will be generated under home user SSH folder. We're going to hit enter. As for the passphrase, I'm going to leave this empty, so hit the enter again, and the key was generated. And that is now located under SSH folder in my home directory. So using cat command, I can access this SSH folder id, ed, whatever, .pub. .pub is the public file. Without .pub, it's a private file. So we're going to open this pub file, and this is actually the public key. So we're going to copy that, and we are going to open our repository, go into settings, scroll down below, and we need deploy keys and add deploy key. So we're going to paste this, and we can provide this Hostinger VPS server as a title. You can name it whatever you want. And we can also give it optionally write access so that VPS server will be able to push something on the following repository. Okay, I have to approve this using my two-factor authentication through GitHub Mobile. Okay, it didn't work. Sometimes it doesn't work. So let me provide my password. Okay, here we go. So we added this deploy key, and now that server is actually able to clone the repository right here on the following folder. Now let's check this one last time if it was set up. No, this is still in the progress. No problem. Let's delete everything from the following folder, rm-rf, or maybe we can just move everything into another folder. So here we have just one folder. Let me copy the name of that, and we're going to move everything into a different folder called tmp. Okay, and then I'm going to execute git clone. Here I have to provide the repository name, and then I'm going to provide it right now, and then I have to provide the local folder name inside which I want to clone the repository. And the local folder name is going to be the server name, this one. Okay, now let's get the repository URL to clone it locally, and we're going to use SSH URL, copy that, and we have to provide it here. So clone the following repository in the following folder. Finally, let's hit the enter. We have to type yes here, and look at this. So it was cloned, and now we see the following folder. This is the old project which comes with a VPS, and this is what we cloned. Now let's navigate into this SRV, and first let's copy env example into .env. Then we need to execute composer install. Now it went ahead and installed all the packages. That was actually done. Now let's execute php artisan migrate. By default, this is using SQLite, and we can leave this, or we can switch it into MySQL if we want. So I'm just going to type yes. Migrations have been applied. Let's check this in the browser. It's still in the finishing, and we have to unfortunately wait for this, or we can check this in the incognito and have a look. No, we have to wait for that. Meanwhile, we can try to access panel through the following URL. So we just click this because we don't have the domain assigned to it. So it tells us the connection is not private. We just click to advanced. We're going to proceed, and we have to provide admin and the password what we gave to it. Now we click on login, and we are on the server. Let me switch to dark mode, and here we have just one site, and this is our site. We can obviously add more sites if we need so. If we click on that, then we have a lot of options. So we have the domain related settings and the path where the project installed, user related settings, PHP related settings. I'm going to switch into PHP 8.3, and from here you can control the most common things. So let's click on save. We have the virtual host related thing. Here we have this domain and SSL certificate path, and this is nginx config. We have the database section, which is something we need to work on. I'm going to click on database, and you can call this whatever you want. I'm going to call this just test. Database username, test, and this is the user password. I'm going to copy this, add database. The database has been created. Now we can open terminal, our VPS server, and we can type vim, or do we have nano? Nano is easier to use. Nano env, that's it. So here we have this application name. This is our env. Now let's scroll down below and find the database related things. Here we have the DB connection, and we can change this into MySQL. So now let's uncomment the host, port, database, username and password, and the database is test, the username is test, the password is what we copied, but I lost that for some reason, so I have to delete that. Database user has been deleted. Let's delete the database as well and add new database. Let's give it test, get that, add database. Now let's paste here. And the port and the host is actually the default one, so we're going to leave this. Now hit Ctrl and O, enter, Ctrl and X. We have to re-execute migrations, so PHP artisan migrate, hit the enter. Now the migrations have been applied in the MySQL database, And now let's check the domain again. It is still not working. So what do we have in this cloud panel? We have this varnish cache, we have this TLS and SSL, and we see that the following domain, it is actually not installed. So let's click on install. Certificate has been installed. So this is self-signed certificate, which has 1 year. Okay, now. Okay, after some time, I installed Let's Encrypt certificate back, and now I'm gonna, if it's not possible to delete the self-signed, I'm gonna just leave that. But the application actually started working, so we just don't have this encryption key specified. So we're gonna execute PHP artisan key generate --a NSI. Hit the enter, application key is set successfully, and if we refresh this, now we see the following error, which is very common. We don't have the vite config file, and we have two options. One, we have to execute npm run dev, which is generally recommended for locally, or we have to execute npm run build, which is for production, and which is what we are going to do. However, we don't have npm command installed on this VPS server, and this is what we are going to do next. Let's open nodejs.org, download, let's actually access the main page, click on download, and then in the package manager, we are gonna click on the following last link, package managers. And what I'm interested is Debian and Ubuntu-based Linux distributions. And we're going to click on this. This is going to open the GitHub link, node source/distributions. And if we scroll down below, we're going to find these Ubuntu versions. And here we have that. So depending on which version we want to install, just check it. The LTS version is right now 22. So under Node.js 22, I'm going to execute the following code. First, we're going to install curl. I'm going to paste this, hit the enter. We have to provide the root password, which I have right here. So I'm going to paste, hit the enter. My bad. Right now we are authenticated as a user, but we want to install Node.js. We must install Node.js as root user. So I'm going to type exit. Now I'm authenticated as root user, and I'm going to execute the following command. Paste, hit the enter. Okay, that was completed. curl was actually already installed. Now let's execute the second command. That has been completed as well. Now let's follow the README. So we have copied and executed this, and the last one is to install the Node.js. So I'm going to copy this. And as soon as this is completed, we are going to paste the sudo apt-get install -y node.js. Okay, so this has been completed. We can type node-v. We see version 22, and we can type npm.v, and we see this as well. Now we need to authenticate back as user, so su-user. Now let's go into htdocs folder and srv, whatever is the domain name. So right here, we need to execute npm install and then npm run build. Now this is building TypeScript, vite build, and vite build with SSR. And right here we have the following error, and we have to fix this error locally, push it, and then we have to pull on the server. So let's close this and re-execute npm run build on a local environment and see if we have the same error. We do have the same error, and which is coming from property rows is missing in type ID, class name, value, and so on. So we're going to open HTML text area. Let's open this create. Then we have here this text area, and the rows is missing right here, it seems like. Okay, so let's just provide rows equals 6. We save that. Then we execute npm run build. So that if that builds, we don't have any more errors. Now we have to commit this, fix using text area. We have to push that. Then we have to open the VPS server and we have to execute git pull to grab the changes what we just made, and then we execute npm run build. Let me clear this up. Npm run build. We hit the enter. Now it's gonna build everything. And finally, we can check the result in the browser, and we have the application up and running. So we have to probably execute migrations with seed command, php artisan migrate --seed. Actually, let's provide migrate fresh --seed. Okay, now refresh the database and let's try to log in with admin@example.com, provide the password, and here we go. So we are authenticated as admin user. We can click on features. We see that this is actually super fast, very smooth. We have the prefetching as well. It's like immediate thing. So we can click on this one. It's going to open, scroll down below, leave a comment. We can see the comment right here, another comment. Okay, now we can upvote this, downvote this. So this is awesome. Now let's talk about server-side rendering. So far we have single page application, everything is working, everything seems to be good. But the whole idea of the server-side rendering is that the actual content is rendered on the server side. So we have a different server, Inertia server running, Node.js server, which renders the React components on the server side and serves that. And we are going to have much better SEO capabilities on our website or in any project basically where we are going to use this React with server-side rendering. Right now, if we check the page source, let's grab the title or part of the title. And if we search this on the page, we're going to see that this is used only once, and this is the entire large JavaScript object which is bound to that page. Okay, so the only place where that title is mentioned is that JavaScript part which is bound to the component. This is not right now server-side rendered content. To make this server-side rendered content from inside our folder, basically we're gonna execute php artisan inertia start SSR. This is gonna start server-side rendering server on the following port, but the port doesn't matter. The main thing is that if we right now refresh that, so the content right now is served from the server, and it's again very fast. And if we open this on the page source and if we search the same title, actually this is the title, now we see that it is used in 4 places. Now this is the place where it was used previously, but additionally we have now this already rendered inside b tag inside h2. So let me use the horizontal scroll. We see that feature inside b tag, we have that information. Additionally, we have that inside h2 tag, so we have that here. Check this, here. Additionally, it is inside the title tag of the browser. So here, if we mouse over on the title, we're going to see that here as well. And then the last one is inside that JavaScript object. And just like this, we have now this server-side rendered. However, that is not enough. So we just started this manually. but we want this to be automatically started and supervised as well. For this, we're going to set up the supervisor. So let's open Laravel supervisor, and we have this probably inside queues. And if we search for supervisor configuration, this is what we are going to do. But this example is for queues. We're going to change this into our command, which is inertia start SSR. Let's close this and let me copy the following command to install the supervisor. Paste. Actually, we are again user, but we have to exit to be root. Now we are root. Paste the following command. Paste, copy, paste, hit the enter. Supervisor will be installed. Let's scroll down below, and then we have to do the following configuration. So we have to create new file on the following directory. We can call this whatever we want. Just make sure that it has this conf extension. Okay, so the supervisor got installed. Let's again now log in as user, go into htdocs, or first we have to do this as root user. My bad. Let's exit again. So let's navigate into the following folder. So cd supervisor conf-d. In here, we don't have any files at the moment, and we have to create new file. And we have to copy the following command to put that inside the file. Let's define the file and call this Laravel server-side rendering.conf. The extension should be .conf. Let's hit the enter. Now I'm going to paste the following command, and we have to modify a few things. So the program is the name, and let's call this Laravel SSR and square bracket. Then we are going to leave the process name, which is the program name. So right here we have to adjust the path. The path is where our application is installed. So this is inside home user /htdocs, and then we have to use this domain name. So we can get that information from the cloud panel as well, inside that was inside vhosts probably, or right here. So that is the path where the application is also installed. And then we can actually delete this completely, paste that, and then inside that project we have artisan command. Next, there's this queue worker example, which we don't need. We just need inertia start. So we provide inertia colon start -SSR. This is the command we started manually. So we have to provide auto start, auto restart, stop as group, stop. Okay, we can leave everything. For the user, we're going to provide user, number of processes, we can set this to 1. And we have to provide also the log file where all logs is going to be saved. And let's do the following. I'm going to paste the path home user htdocs, the path, and inside here, or maybe outside here inside htdocs, we can give it the following name. Let's copy the domain name, paste.log. Okay, now we're going to save that. I used Vim, so I have to type escape on the keyboard, then colon, then W and Q on the keyboard. Hit the enter. That was saved. You can also use nano to create the same file. Okay, now we have that file saved, and if we check the documentation, we have to reread this new file. So we have to execute the following command, hit the enter, that was available. Now the second command, that was edit, and instead of Laravel worker, we have to give it name Laravel SSR. We hit the enter. I believe that was already started, and now if we check the page source, refresh that, now we see that this is used in 4 places. So the server-side rendering is active, running, and even if we restart the server, it is going to start automatically, and it's going to server-side render the content and the pages. Here we have the I don't see the command to actually stop the supervisor, but probably in the similar way we executed start Laravel SSR, we can execute stop Laravel SSR. We hit the enter, that was stopped, and now if we check the page source, now we see this only once. Server-side rendering is off. So we have to execute start again. Server-side rendering is started, and we have that title used in 4 places. That's awesome. And we can navigate on the website, and we see that this is super fast. It's using the pre-built React components. We can edit that user, try to give it another role, click on save. That got updated, and we got actually great user experience in the browser. Now let's try to assign custom domain to that. So in the hosting RH panel, you can go to domain section. You can always get the new domain from here. You just type your domain name, choose the extension you want. You can search if it's available or not, and you can get the domain for as low as $1 or $2, and I have used actually that. So in my specific case, I actually have one of the existing domains, free domains available. So I'm going to click on claim domain. But the flow, whether you're going to purchase the domain or just get the claim domain, what I have right now doesn't change. So I'm going to use domain like laravel-permissions.com, check the availability. That is available. Awesome. Let's click on claim domain, and I have the domain right here. So this is my personal contact details, which generally you have to fill if you're purchasing the domain very first time in Hostinger. So this is going to be blurred out because I don't want to reveal my personal information regarding the phone number or anything. So, but you have to fill this information if you're purchasing the domain the very first time. And then we're going to click on this finish registration. It is registering the domain. Once it is done, we have to connect the domain to the VPS server. It's going to take a few seconds. Okay, the domain is ready. Let's click on continue. Even when it is ready, it might take few seconds, minutes. Let's check my domains. Lara React. Okay, that looks like to be active. Let's click on the domain. Okay, order not found. It might take few minutes until the domain actually gets fully activated. So let's click on Lara React again. Now we have this domain overview. We're going to click on these DNS and name servers, and we have to adjust that domain. Actually, if we copy the domain Lara React, let's open this in the browser, laravel-permissions.com. Yeah, we have this SSL error, which is okay, not a big deal. But we have to associate now the VPS server IP address to that domain. Okay, let's go back into home, into VPS, and I think this is the one, what we just set up. We're going to copy the IP address and go into domain portfolio. We have to find the domain what we just purchased, Lara React, click on manage, click on DNS and name servers, and right here we have the following a record, which we have to remove. But again, we can check this before remove, just to make sure that it is finally available. That's it, it's available, and it is pointing to the following server, which we have to remove. So we are removing this A record, and we are going to add new A record. That domain points to the following IP address, and that IP address is our VPS server IP address. DNS record created successfully. Awesome. Next, we're going to open the VPS server, what we just created. Click on Manage. Then I'm going to go into DNS Manager, and right here we have to assign the domain to that VPS server. Let's give it larareact.com. Let's click on Add. The domain was detected that it's in my account, and that was actually added. We can go into domain dashboard, and from here we can manage that specific domain, not renew, but manage in terms of the DNS things, what we have already done. So we have cname www, which is for this larareact.com, and we have this the root domain, which points to the following IP address. Next, let's go into vhost file, and we're going to add our new domain into the server name. So this is larareact.com, and we can also add www.larareact.com. We're going to copy both of them, and their second usage, this is for port 80, which is without SSL. If we scroll down below, actually, so this is for port 80 and with SSL as well. But if we scroll down below, here we have the server name used in the second place, and we have to add this larareact.com with the www as well. Now let's click on Save, which is gonna do the vhost has been. So that's gonna do the reload of the vhost. And now if we go into SSL TLS, click on New Let's Encrypt Certificate, and then add domain larareact.com. Click on Create and Install. Okay, certificate has been installed, and now let's open larareact.com, and we see our application up and running on SSL. So we can authenticate now admin@example.com. We can provide some password. Okay, and we are actually authenticated. We can navigate on our custom domain. So because we assign now custom domain to the application, we have to change the EN file as well. I was actually logged out from the SSH session, so we have to re-log in, SSH root @ and right here instead of IP address right now we can provide the domain larareact.com. We hit the enter. We have to first type yes here to accept the fingerprint, and then we're gonna copy the root password, provide that here, hit the enter. We have been authenticated on the server. Let's now authenticate as user and navigate into htdocs, and here we have the project. Navigate into srv folder, and let's use nano.en file. We hit the enter, and the application name is something we can leave, we can change. We created test application, so I don't care about the application name. The environment basically should always be changed into production when we deploy the application to production. We're going to change the debug mode into false. We can leave the time zone, and we're going to change the application URL into https larareact.com. Okay, if you scroll down below, now if you haven't actually working SMTP credentials, you can find this mailing section. Where is it? Here it is. So mailer, and you have to provide the SMTP right here, provide the host, port, username, password of your SMTP server, and it's going to actually start sending emails. Now let's save that. If you don't like the following domain name, and also the folder name is the following domain name, we can also change this, and let's give it larareact.com. However, we have to move the project into the following location. So let me open this SSH, and I'm going to go back, and we're going to execute move srv into larareact.com. So that's going to be the new folder name inside which we're going to have our Laravel project. So we did this. We did that. Let's click on save. However, there is one additional thing to do. I'm going to hit on exit here and clear this up. And we're going to actually go into the supervisor location where we have the supervisor config. Let me have a look in the history. This is inside etc supervisor d conf. So we're going to navigate into the following folder. Oops, I have cd twice. So here we are. Let's clear this up and have a look. So we have only one file. Now let's open this nano and let's have a look. So this is right now the location which needs to be changed. Okay, so let's come here, change into larareact.com. Let's come here as well. And we're going to change that log file into larareact.com.log. So we save this. Then we have to execute supervisor ctl reread to read the new config file. I actually rerun this, so I see no config updates to processes, but you're going to see that something was changed. Okay, so here we need to execute updates. After this, we need to execute supervisor ctl stop, and we have to provide the service name. So laravel-SSR : and asterisk, hit the enter, it got stopped, and then we have to provide start. We hit the enter, it got started. Now if we check that in the browser, we are going to see larareact.com. So the application's up and running. We're navigating, click on this, we can copy the title and view the page source, and we're going to see that this is used in 4 places. This is server-side rendered content actually. And just like this, we change the name, the location where the application is located. And that's actually pretty useful if you plan to have multiple projects on this VPS server. If we right now navigate into as login as user and then go inside htdocs, here we see larareact.com. We can remove tmp completely, remove -rf tmp, and we can also remove this srv log file. We can leave this git ignore. And just like this, we have just larareact.com, and you can add new projects in the following folder with your own domains, and then you can just assign different domains or subdomains to that project. And this is pretty awesome. Now let's see one of the coolest part of the deployment, which is automatic deployment through GitHub Actions. For this, I just created a new YML file inside GitHub Workflows folder. You can name this whatever you want. I call this hostinger deploy.yml, and it has the following syntax. You can get the following YML from the project repository under GitHub Workflows folder. And now let's explain this. So here you give the name, again, whatever you want to this. And now this is the event. So we are listening on push on the following branches. So here inside on, you can actually listen to multiple events, like there is support for a release. When the new release is made, then we can trigger something. Okay, but right now we are only listening to push events on the main branch, and these are actually jobs that will be executed. We have only one job, so this is going to run. So whenever we push something on the main branch, GitHub will spin up the runner server, and this runner server, everything right here happens on the runner server. That runner will take the latest Ubuntu. Okay, so it is going to have the following steps to set up. So this is just the name and the action which should happen. This action will use these actions checkout version 2. That is actually a necessary thing for this GitHub Actions runner. And then we're going to use the following image to set up PHP, and we specify that we want version 8.3. Then we're going to set up the Node.js. This is just name and with the following action, and we use Node version 22. Next, we are going to do some things on that runner server. Okay, on that runner server, we're going to make sure that the application is actually started, at least. Okay, so we create this .env file through just copying env example into env. We're going to execute composer install with the following flags to install the dependencies. We're going to execute PHP artisan key generate to generate the application key. We're going to also storage the link. Now we're going to execute the migrations, npm install. We're going to execute npm run build. And right here we have this interesting step, which is PHP artisan test. We haven't written any tests, but if you have written tests for your application, you want to run this. So we are basically setting up the entire project on GitHub runner server and finally running tests just to make sure that everything runs before it is deployed on the server. So if that succeeds, then we're going to deploy that to the server. For this, we're going to use the following SSH action image, which has the following variables, additional variables. So we need some host, username, port, and key to authenticate to the server. And GitHub runner server needs to authenticate on our hostinger server. So GitHub runner server needs to connect to the server to be able to execute some commands right here. And for this, when the connection happens with the following variables, then the following scripts should be executed. Okay, now imagine the following. Whenever the GitHub runner server authenticates on the server as regular user, not as root, as regular user, the GitHub runner server will access the user's home directory. So this is going to be the state for the GitHub runner server. And then the following steps will be executed. So this will happen, then this will happen. So we are already on the main branch, so that doesn't do anything. So we're going to execute git pull, which is going to pull the latest main branch. Right now we don't have anything, but when there is new push on the main branch, what we are listening to, obviously there will be something to pull. Then it's going to execute composer install, npm ci, npm run build, and so on. And finally, it is going to execute PHP artisan inertia stop SSR. The stop SSR is necessary to just stop the server-side rendering server, which will be automatically started using supervisor. And once we have that information, this is all what you need for automatic deployment. Now we have to take care of these variables, which is coming from these secrets. These secrets is actually, let me open the GitHub. The secrets is a variable, is a container inside the repository. So this is the repository. We're going to go into settings. We need actions. We need secrets and variables and click on actions. And right here we have to add those secret variables, which are described right here. So let's add them one after another. So the first one is SSH host, which is going to be in our case larareact.com. So this is the host on which this should connect. The GitHub runner server should connect. Okay, add secret. Next is going to be SSH username, which is going to be a regular user. Our user is called user, so we're going to provide user here. If your Ubuntu user would be called Zura, you would write Zura here. Add secret. Then we have port, SSH port, and the port is actually 22. The default SSH port is always 22. And when we try to authenticate, and when we don't provide that, it means it is 22. Next is the SSH key, and this is the most interesting part. So let's put this, and what we're going to put right here. So the GitHub runner server, we mentioned that needs to talk to the our VPS server to be able to connect it and execute some scripts right there. For this, there are two types of authentication: with password or without password but through SSH keys. So we are going to do this authentication through SSH keys because we cannot actually enter the password. The password needs to be entered when we try to authenticate. And let me just demonstrate this to you. I'm going to log out. So this is my Git bash server. And right now I want to authenticate. So I execute SSH root at laravel-react.com, hit the enter, and now it asks me password. But if I implement public key authentication, it will not ask me password and I will be authenticated immediately. Now, let's try to authenticate with password, and I'm going to change this as well. Cool. Now let's go into user. Let's execute su-user, and inside user, I'm going to navigate into SSH folder and check what files we have. We are interested inside authorized keys. Okay. I'm going to now open these authorized keys, which is empty at the moment. And this is what I'm going to do next. Let's open another Git bash server terminal, which is my local terminal. Okay. And I'm going to take my public key from my home directory, SSH ID, whatever .pub. So this is my public key. I'm going to take this, copy that, and paste this here. Yeah, so we save this, and now by providing my personal public key to this regular user inside authorized keys file, this means that that server now gives me access to it without password. And if I exit right now 2 times, and I want to authenticate using SSH, I'm going to use SSH. I'm going to use right now regular user because I added that SSH key inside regular user. User at laravel-react.com. We hit the enter. And voila, we have been authenticated for regular user. I'm already a regular user. Okay. And we have to do something similar, but we have to do this now for GitHub runner server. And that SSH key right here should be private key. Because I was able to authenticate with this public key, the only reason for that is that I actually have private key here. So this is my private key, which is actually secret, and I'm not going to show this to you, but this is my private key and this is the public key. And when I executed SSH command, SSH just checked what was my private key, used that private key for the authentication, validated that private key with the public key, which I added inside authorized keys file on the server, and they matched, and thus I was able to authenticate. Now I'm going to close this, and this is what we are going to do. We already have public private keys generated right here. So this is the private key, this is the public key. So what we need to do is just take this private key and put it right here. Now let's do this. Cut ID. This is the private key. I'm going to take this and put it here. Next, I am going to take this is the private key which we put right here, but we need its corresponding public key. Its corresponding public key is this. So we're going to take that public key, cut that, and we're going to put that public key right here inside authorized keys. Cut. Actually, we should use nano inside authorized keys. Paste. Oops. Save. No, I don't want to mix it. I copied something else. So this is what we need to copy. Then we open this and paste that. And now we have 2 public keys added. This is for my personal computer, and this is for GitHub runner. So I'm going to save and quit. Also, one thing to make this fully clear is that we used the same public key to add to the GitHub under deploy keys. So, and that actually is not a bad idea. So we use the same private key here and the same public key in two places. So this private key is right here on the server, and its corresponding public key is added inside deploy keys, which means that this server is able to communicate to the following project. But we also have that SSH key, which is the following private key, and the public key added inside authorized keys, which means that the GitHub runner server is able to authenticate to this server. So this private key is actually secret. You should not tell it to anyone. I'm going to actually delete this after the video. But yeah, if it's secret, so that's why we have that, put that into secret variables. Okay, now it's time to test our workflows. So I'm going to commit everything. Actually, I have only one change. Add GitHub workflows. Okay, click on commit. We're going to push these on the server. And now let's check inside actions. As we see, the actions was started, the GitHub workflow. Click on this. We're going to click on build. And now let's see. So setting up job has been done. Checkout code has been completed. Setup PHP was actually also completed. Setup Node.js completed. And it's following and doing everything. So that was run first on the GitHub runner server. Node.js dependencies, building assets. If building is failing for some reason, because of the TypeScript, the deploy will not happen. Okay, building assets, and here we have this problem. So run tests. The tests have been actually failed, and we can see which test was actually failed. So this is the test that was failed. This was failed, and we actually, because we haven't taken care of the tests, I think we just need to comment out this part. But if you are actually building the real application and if you have tests up and running, you should obviously fix the tests. So let's comment out this part. Remove tests. Click on commit. Push. That was failed the entire job. So now let's click on actions. New was started with a commit message, remove tests. And we are going to wait. Now the job has been completed and we're going to check the following part. Look at this. So install Node.js dependencies, building assets, that was completed. The tests were removed, and now this is the deploy PHP to server. So we just authenticated to the server, and then we are already on main branch because we performed the checkout on main. Then pull happened, and the following thing was downloaded, and then we installed all the dependencies. Everything was executed here. Composer install, npm run build, and finally that was all related to build. And finally the roads cache has been cleared, and finally the Inertia server stopped. And because of the Inertia server stopped, supervisor catch that and automatically restarted this. So now if we check our project, we are going to see that the server-side rendering is still working as it should work. Oops. Here we see that in 4 places. Okay, but everything happened as it should happen, and we have fully up and running project with roles, permissions, login, registration, everything. The only thing what I haven't done is the production ready SMTP credentials, which you can just Google how to take this and put this in the project. I think that's the that's very easy part. but we have fully working server-side rendered application up and running and deployed on the server. And if you watched this video so far, please hit the like button and subscribe if you are not yet subscribed to the channel. All right, my friends, that's it for this video, and I hope you learned something new. If you want more tutorials like this, please hit the like button and subscribe, because without your support, I can't continue like this, because the videos, the projects on which I spend 1 month of work doesn't get that many views or engagement. That's probably my fault. If you are not interested in such types of projects, okay, I have to just switch to a different direction. But if you like it, don't forget to hit the like button and provide a nice comment as well. If you don't want to provide a nice comment, just leave a comment and tell me what's wrong with the video, because I want to also improve and provide more valuable content in the future. If you don't like such long videos, feel free to let me know about this as well. If you watch this till the end, probably you like long videos. But anyway, just give me your feedback in the comment section down below. All right. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video.